party had grown to a considerable size as you joined together with a band of cave goblins lost in the forest and a wild ettercap. You had just found a place to make camp for the night, starting a fire. The cool of the cold snap has mostly waned, but perched on your rock, a soft wind still sends the occasional shiver down your spine. And this is where we begin. Who is going to take watches?
I want to take the first watch.
I will take third.
I can take the first one.
There's 4 watches that need to be taken care of. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll take whichever one's left over. I think it's
Yours
fourth watch?
would be the last, if... Depends on which... If Huxley or Soleil takes the first.
Yeah, I can take the first.
I want to take the first.
Oh.
Do
Okay,
we?
you can
Oh.
take-
Do we do the stone, scissors,
Rock,
paper thing? Rock, paper, scissors. That's what it's
Sure,
called. There we go.
Sure. If you want to.
Okay, let's just roll for who wins, I guess. Because
Yeah.
everything else is gonna
was
be
going
way harder than
thinking,
necessary.
Sometimes we do rock, paper, scissors.
I've seen it done with rolling a 6 and 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and 5 and 6.
Ah, it was so close. It's just a 10 now. It was an 18 first.
Can someone roll for me?
Needless to say,
16?
tonight's rest is also going to cost you 2 rations.
That's fair.
Okay, you go first then.
Okay, everyone, I guess, yeah, everyone's performing a watch, so please roll me a perception roll.
Before I take my watch, can I try and booby trap my tent? In case any goblins trying.
Okay.
Uh,
How do you booby trap?
let's see. Put ball bearings all around the ground. And then a couple of strings around the outside, or like near the doorways and along the lining of the tent with like little bells.
Okay.
And I think since I want to blow up my tent, that's probably the easiest way of making. Could I create a clockwork toy that is a fire starter and hook it to like a string that if anybody stepped over the string, it would make the little clockwork toy like shoot a little flame.
Okay, sure.
And that's all the traps I'll lay around it.
Okay.
I would just like to use my handy haversack as my pillow tonight.
Okay.
So hopefully I'm disturbed if little hands start getting into it.
And I'll also
Then-
ask Kieran to stay up in the tent and keep in the tent, not up.
Okay. In that case, please roll your perception with disadvantage.
For my night's watch,
Mm-hmm.
I'll take the watch outside of the tent.
Oh,
but
I see.
while I'm sleeping, Kieran keeping watch.
Oh, I see. Kieran,
Yeah.
I missed that part. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I still have to take it at disadvantage anyways, because I think I'm still on a point of exhaustion.
What was everyone's result?
15.
14.
Someone has to roll for me.
Alright.
It's +6.
Natural
Natural
20.
20.
See, I should always have you roll for me. I always roll bad, and you always roll so good.
Mine
Only
is a
for you.
4. 4 for fourth watch.
Most of the night goes by quietly. Occasionally, a snapping branch alerts you to movement in the forest below your rock. But it is faint, and whenever you listen closely and watch the lattice of trees below, no further noise rings out. Sometime, as the night is almost over, as your watch begins, Evelyn, the ground suddenly shuddered. A rumble echoes through the cave, shaking loose a few pieces of stone and dust that rain down on the forest. But as quickly as it appeared, it stops.
For, the Etten dude. That I think we've named, but I don't remember his name.
Bew?
Bew? Bew. I'll look for Bew. Is Bew hanging out?
View is within sight. You see the goblins as well on the ground, sleeping sort of in almost a pile of bodies, just near the nearest bush.
I'll walk a bit of a perimeter around to see if I can figure out the source of the shake.
Give me a perception roll.
I haven't regained my level of exhaustion yet, have I? Because I had 1 point of exhaustion.
Well, your rest would have been over by now, so roll me a concept.
Everyone or just
That's what
her?
I did.
Just her for now.
15. Or no, sorry, 25.
You will recuperate your level of exhaustion.
Okay, I will roll without disadvantage. Didn't matter, it's a 5.
The darkness of the night is unpierceable. A source you can't find anywhere. However, it did rumble everywhere, seemingly. Yes, a few pieces of dust and rock fell near your camp as well. It must have happened throughout the entire cave.
Probably
The rest
an
of you...
earthquake.
Sorry?
Just like, probably an earthquake, just fine.
The rest of you, please roll me a con save. After the rumble, the rest of your sleep is plagued with an uneasy sleep. Dreams of collapsing ceilings creep into your mind as you try to rest.
My con save was 6. And I rolled an 8 for
If I have an 8, that means I have a 17.
Moi.
Noise.
Ha! That's nothing on me. I have a natural 1.
That means Rat and Soleil. You have an uneasy sleep. You awaken with a level of exhaustion.
Ooh. Suckity suck. By the way, during
As
my
you-
watch, I would have very much looked at the goblins and Bew, and would have drawn pictures of all of them in my notebook.
Okay. As all of you do wake, a comfortable warmth lies throughout the cave. The cold of the snap seemingly completely forgotten.
as people start to move around, I'll mention offhand. I think there was an earthquake or something like that last night. Or early this morning.
Oh, that must be what woke me up.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep at all because of it.
Whole cave sort of rumbled and bits of dust and rock fell down. Right.
Oh, the sky is falling.
Hmm. Suppose we should pack ourselves up though and get ready for the day.
Did we regain any? We did not get a long rest, or we did, but also have a little.
You did get a long rest.
Okay.
Would everyone please, I guess, which way would you guys be going? What is your next?
I would just listen to whatever Hux says.
Yeah.
I think it's still just continuing the direction we're in.
Little raising eyebrow from Soleil for the I think.
Then please roll me
Yes.
an orientation check as well. That is a
Mhm.
survival check from Huck. If he is still your guide.
Yeah.
Certainly.
I have a +6.
A 6.
Nice.
No, plus
So
6.
24.
24?
Mm-hmm.
On the map that I have, there's like this tree symbol. With like 3 little trees.
Mm-hmm.
Is that just a forest?
That just denotes the general vegetation in this area as foresty.
But for the whole like cave, or just that little area?
That part of the cave, at least.
Right.
Or
What does
the whole cave, but this first section. Should say.
Yeah. What's the bear claw mean?
That there's wildlife around.
Okay. So that's not like a landmark that I catch.
No. As you begin traveling throughout the day, you're largely unaccosted by animals, with only the occasional strange-looking bird seemingly watching from a distance, fleeing as soon as you get anywhere close. The temperature seems to increase throughout the day's travel. So does the size of the low trees that have dominated your travel until now. As a whole, the forest seems to reach higher here. The terrain grows a little bit flatter, and the large bushes of moss seem to grow a little bit sparser, making it easier to travel. Your group also travels faster now that it has grown. Minor obstacles become more trivial, but you also travel less quietly, leaving in your wake broken branches and trampled moss.
What?
Why's there a fucking peasant woman suddenly?
Why is there a copy of the map?
Yeah.
A
I
short
wonder.
period of light returns to the cave, and you realize that in front of you, along pretty much the entire side in front of you, the cave wall rises completely, filling your vision with no separation in between. Do you adjust your course?
Why? We're in the same spot we were yesterday.
You were here. Now you're
It's
here.
just really grayed out. It's shifting to the areas around us. Is it like how long or wide is this? The-
No? Seems to go around this entire way.
And that's it goes down. Like it's a hole.
Right here.
It's a wall.
A wall.
Go up.
It's a cave wall.
Right. Huxley, where are we heading to? Do we have to climb that or a different path?
Okay, let me just look at my map in my head.
Do you want me to pull your map out into the open?
No, I have it on Discord as well. Okay, we have to go. I don't know the direction, but like downwards, I guess.
Here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Would someone please roll me a 1d20?
Fire the cannon.
Fire it!
Then.
After the short period of light, as your muscles begin to feel sore again, you spot a dim light through the trees ahead. Looking around and above, it quickly becomes clear that the light does not come from the ceiling above. Instead of the cold, clear light of the moon, the soft light emanating from between the trees seems colorful and warm.
Look like firelight.
Give me a perception roll. You may also roll investigation if you want.
Or I prefer that. That would be a 19.
You study the light for a moment, watching for the familiar flicker of a flame. But it doesn't shift. The light itself seems almost multicolored. And as dim as it is steady.
Right. Huxley, anything that you've come across before that would be a source of light?
Did I?
You've seen quite a few sources of light. The cave light moss itself, for example, gives off a faint light. greenish light. There are other trees, plants, and sometimes even animals that down here emit fluorescent light themselves.
Yeah, there's just plants, the animals that have light.
Any suspicions as to it would be like a bit of a multicolored sort of steady light? Or should we keep our distance?
Uh, it's usually better to keep your distance. Probably. Just, like those moth things. Everything wants to eat you.
Fair enough.
But it lies right in the path. We'd have to go around.
We can't really go around, so I guess we have to go closer.
Perhaps with a bit of caution and silently. Until we know what we're walking up against.
Yeah.
At the very least, it helps us see, and it's easier than just being in the dark.
You continue on your path
Quietly.
quietly. In that case, please roll me a stealth roll at a disadvantage. As a group of 4, I would require at least 3 successes from you. The DC is 15.
Advantage or disadvantage? What did you say? Vega?
About the
Roll
group
with
check?
disadvantage. Stealth check.
It was a fail from
I have a pass.
Did you say something about advantage or disadvantage?
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage, okay. So it can get even worse.
I think your disadvantage is a 6 for you. I'm not sure what your modifier is.
1 second. My computer is not having a good time.
Well, the sneaky boy of your group failed.
Oh no.
I want to say it's a +6, but I have to.
Well, since there's 2 fails in the first place. You're not quite as you would want to be. With the Ettercap probably not fully understanding the concept of you sneaking, and the goblins taking the warning a little bit lightly. There's still very frequently a snap of branches underneath your footfalls. The lights grow stronger until you reach a small clearing. In front of you at its center lies a gnarled tree, clearly the source of the light. Much like the ones you've seen before many times now, but it is much larger. The dark moss covering its branches bear curious purple flowers, and even more eye-catching, small bulbous fruit that glow a colorful fluorescent light. The entire clearing has a slightly sweet smell to it, but none of the underlying foulness you've grown so accustomed to.
Right, have you seen this sort of tree before, Huxley?
You have not.
Never seen it in my life.
Did you come through here before?
Yeah,
Oh, Bew is going for it.
You see the Ettercap waddle forward towards the tree. And as it stares up at the fruit dangling from the tree, you see that it begins reaching for them, but cannot quite reach high enough.
Yeah, do you, Erg or Big Blep know anything about this tree?
Ah, not too familiar with this part of the forest, but it looks like fruit.
Yeah, it's just weird to me why other things haven't picked it yet, if it's, just hanging out.
Would be poisonous.
Well, you see him point at the Ettercap, still reaching for those fruits, but not quite being tall enough. Maybe that's why.
Look, usually I would climb this thing, but considering how Moss fucked me up yesterday, I'm not that into climbing a tree. Must be way more terrible.
Right.
I suppose I could fly up and grab one. Like, should I do that, though?
I could do that.
Yeah,
or
you should.
try and shoot one down.
I'll do it. I hop on the broom and fly up to the one that Bew is reaching for.
Okay. Do you just pull it from its stem, or?
Can I
can
ready my crossbow just if anything like lunges at him suddenly?
Okay.
Yeah, can I investigate it first?
You fly up to the branches. You see that the fruit's stem seems to be directly attached to the moss that covers the tree. It's almost completely round in its shape. And unlike the bulbous features of other plants, it doesn't seem to contain liquid. It seems to be mostly opaque. Just this globe.
And is this fruit that's glowing?
Yeah, it gives off a dim light.
I suppose I will see if it comes off with a light pull. I won't yank on it though if it's really strongly attached.
You pull and it comes off relatively easily.
I fly back down to the
It's-
ground.
Slightly, just the slightest bit fuzzy. And it's quite soft to the touch.
And I fly over to Miss Evelyn rather than just handing it to Mr. Bew that,
I'll take a look at it without taking it fully initially. Does it look like it's oozing or anything, or from where it was picked?
No? Seems like it pulled clean off the stem.
Right, well, might as well hand it off to Bew. See if he wants it, since he seemed intrigued in the first place.
alright. I hand it off to Mr. Bew.
You give it to Bew and it almost immediately vanishes as you just very messily crams it into his mouth. Please roll me a 1d20.
Oh.
Natural
Natural
one.
one.
It explodes. Bew is dead.
Really? And that one.
Yes.
Grab a table real quick.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least it was Bew.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I'm
Bew.
glad it wasn't Rhett that ate it.
To be honest, Bew is my favorite party member at the moment.
Exactly.
Please roll me a 1d6. It's a what?
2.
2. Oh no. The world's table. Please roll me a 1d100.
Oh no.
Oh. Maybe it turns into like sword +3 or something.
7. D5. 75. Do it, beggar.
Anyone who has any metal on them within 120 feet, any metal increases its weight tenfold.
Oh my god.
So any metal you have suddenly becomes 10 times as heavy.
I sit down.
Yeah, I fall over toward the side that has my revolver. Huh?
Um. Right. That's special.
Hang on, I gotta get my arm out of my shield real quick.
Everything I own is metal.
It's the first
You
time
know,
I'm
what about
curiously,
Metal and
as-
leather.
I'm pretty
What
glad.
about Kieran?
Oh, poor Kieran.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. Kieran's just sitting next to me like, nah, man.
Just prone, just like, okay.
You notice curiously as Tiffy looks around, he's still holding his knife.
I'm not freaking mad.
Maybe it didn't get like on magical stuff.
Little help? You see Big Black
Big blab.
holding his hammer, which is just planted into the ground, and he is just pulling at it, and it is not moving at all.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's where we're all at.
What about my dagger? It's a magical dagger. Is it still heavy too?
If it's metal, then yes.
Yeah, it's a dagger. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How much does a dagger weigh? Usually not that much, right? Let me see.
It's like 2 pounds at most.
Yeah.
Oh
So
no, I
it
just
should
realized
still
my
be-
armor. Oh no, I'm
should still be carryable. I'm fine with my armor because I wear studded leather.
It's 1 pound, so right now you have a
10
10
pound dagger.
in your hand.
So I can still carry that. Otherwise, I have a whip for my main weapon. That is good because a whip is not metal. Usually. So the
I mean,
dagger,
you're
the
right.
bow is not metal.
What was that?
Oh, all our money.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
It's
Oh,
in the
no.
bag.
So that doesn't.
I can still
necessarily
lift my weapon, right? So I can still use it, even if it's heavier.
What is your weapon?
A great axe.
Oh no.
Well, a pickaxe, but I'm using a great axe. So.
Let me see how much a great axe weighs.
Don't feel bad. My
7
armor
pounds.
is now 200 pounds.
It weighs 70 pounds right now.
But I can lift 30
30 kilos.
times my strength score, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, you can certainly still carry it. It's like... It's almost like a dumbbell in your hands. It's just really heavy. It feels more like a big warhammer. It feels almost like what Big Blab is using. Even though it's not nearly the same size.
Is anyone not having difficulties at the moment?
Tiffy doesn't seem to have any problems. Spew just stands there still munching.
Also, by the way, now I'm wearing 20 pounds of ball bearings and 20 pounds of caltrops. Just that's the only metal stuff that I
You see
have.
Orc splayed out just flat on the ground.
Right, Big Blip, could you get Tiffy to go grab another one of those fruits and bring it to me?
Well, you can ask him yourself. I'm trying to move my fucking hammer.
Right, Tiffy, could you get me one of those fruits so I can figure out what on earth they are?
I think we need to turn off magic or something.
Of course. You see him vanish and appear on top of one of the branches. Pick a fruit and then drop down on the ground, walk over to you, and hand you the fruit.
I'm gonna sit it down and start to ritually cast Identify on it.
Roll me a 1d20.
— 15.
A 15. And please roll me 3d20.
3d20?
And just add them together.
16. 35.
As you identify the fruit, it actually seems surprisingly familiar. It seems to give off this almost exactly the same reading as the potion of heroism.
Right. Are some of the fruits on the tree within 30 feet of me?
Yes.
And I'm gonna also ritually cast Detect Magic. Now screw it, I'm not gonna wait. I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
As you cast Detect Magic, the entire tree lights up.
And
The dim glow from each of the fruit is just like a tiny radiant sun.
right. So the fruit's magical. Don't know why.
Yeah, I figured that out.
I think it must change depending on the fruit. Is there any difference between the fruits, the colors?
Roll me an investigation check.
Would be 27.
They all seem to be different shades. No one fruit seems to be exactly the same shape as the next. Same shade as the next. And as you keep watching, you get the sense that they might be really slowly changing color.
Right. I don't have anything that can fly. Upgrades. What is the wording of my upgrade? I might as well try. I'm gonna take out my stopwatch. Was it on the stopwatch that I put it? Hold on, it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna take out just this strange little box gadget thing, and I will twist it and cast Dispel Magic, trying to end the magical effect around us. No work.
Check a thing, how this works.
You might like have to target the remnants of the fruit.
Roll me a DC 18 check using your spell casting ability as a modifier.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'm gonna try and help out Rat. Poor Rat.
Feels like I have 100 kilos on my chest.
I'll help him too.
My arm is literally 100 kilos.
25.
You suddenly feel the weight lifts.
Right, could we not eat any more of those? Or if you're going to, make sure to stay far away from me, because I can't do that again.
Like ever or today?
No, just until I like to rest for like an hour or so.
Right. So we can eat more.
Yeah, I feel like it might even be useful to like hand off to somebody.
Right, like the one in front of me at the moment at least seems like a really good one. Could you help you out in a bind? But it's at least the ones on the tree are slowly shifting. Not sure about this one. So don't know how long I can guarantee that it's going to do the same thing, and what sort of results you might get.
Still doesn't seem
Doesn't
to hurt
be
to
a
just take some.
harm in picking them, though, right? But maybe.
Can you tell with your magic how long they'll be good for once we take them?
Probably not. That's more of a nature thing, I would generally assume, about how long a fruit would generally preserve itself. Should last. Most fruits generally last at least around a day. Don't know if it's different off the tree or not, though.
Right.
I'll pocket the one that I have for now, Beggar, just as a note.
I'm gonna climb up the tree and I want to grab my Bloodhound amulet with one hand and close my eyes. And want to see if there's one that smells especially good.
I'm gonna stand up and move
roll
away.
me a perception roll with disadvantage.
So because I get advantage because of the talisman, because it's relying on smell, I guess it's a normal roll.
Mm-hmm.
$14.
Your nose is just overwhelmed with the amount of smell. There's sweet smells all around you. None of them seems to particularly out sweet smell the next. They all smell pretty good.
How big are they again?
They're about fist sized.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna pick some. Like a handful.
I mean, if they're fist sized, one handful is, I guess, one.
Yeah, like 5 of them.
Okay.
And while no one is watching, I want to eat one.
I moved away. I'm reiterating that I moved away.
Roll me a 1d20.
I was reiterating that we should make like the local wildlife.
Oh, that was so close to a natural 1 again.
Oh my gosh.
It's a 17.
17. Okay. Roll me 2d20. Add them together.
Okay. $22.
Roll me a 1d4.
Okay. A 3.
You suddenly start growing in size.
Oh.
Do you get off the tree or do you try to hold on?
I mean, after I realize something changes, I'm just gonna jump off the tree.
As you land with a you are large.
Really hard to hide that I ate one now, isn't it?
Oh, I want to eat one too.
Yeah. Oh.
I want to eat one too.
I'm gonna
I'm
keep
just
walking
walking
away.
away
I'm
right
walking
You
away.
are after the effects of the enlarged spell
Okay,
for 3 hours.
cool. I'll take that. And yeah, I pocket like 5 fruit that I took from the tree.
You
Give
see
me
a
one, give
Soleil
me one.
pocketing food as this giant Soleil begins walking towards you.
But he's a cat, so very silently he walks over.
I will
For him
stand
at
in
least,
front of
silently.
Soleil and ask like, give me one, give me one.
Okay, I'm gonna give one to Hugs.
Moving
I will-
away.
I will eat.
And since I'm big now, I just to get back to 5 again, I pick one. Again, like just standing there, picking
Yeah,
one.
you pick it with like your finger, with your claws, basically, just like a little pincer, just barely plucking it off and placing it in.
Also, I'm also gonna like get a little bit of a distance.
As you walk in between the canopy, you are now suddenly at chest height to the canopy of trees, and you start sort of ducking and breaking through the branches and the moss.
This isn't as cool as I thought it would be.
Huxley, please
What do
roll
you
me a
mean?
20.
This is amazing. Yep, 1 second, I'm just loading.
I'm not into veggies like this.
Oh no.
Oh no?
Oh, never mind.
I just ended the stream
Oh, yes.
because you're in game.
Size of 12.
Okay, roll me 2d20, add them together.
2d20. Where's my other d20 there? $14.
Like, what a fucking coincidence.
Oh no, you
You
just
watch
Yeah.
in horror as Huxley suddenly
shrinks.
shrinks even smaller. As you're under the effect of the reduce spell. Only
Like, what are the
Only
odds
4.
of this happening? Like, super small, right?
yeah, like really
Tiny.
small.
One.
For 1 hour.
Hashtag tiny.
Shelly! Shelly!
Did you guys hear anything?
I walked away. I didn't want to be caught up in any of
Yeah, but
these
I
shenanigans.
came to you because I wanted to get away there too.
And they're still here on the ground.
Oh my god, why?
Shelly!
Yeah, Soleil doesn't hear anything probably from the.
Soleil, Huxley's gonna need a rap.
Gamey!
Oh,
Don't step on.
oh. I mean, I guess this time you can ride
One
me.
of Soleil's feet just goes to the ground. There's this pressure of wind that almost blows you away.
Oh, sorry, here, and I go down and like hold out my hand so she can, or they can step on it.
My strength isn't reduced, right?
Oh,
18.
You climb onto the hand.
I guess so. This time, you're the one riding me. And I
Just
just
climb onto your head and like sit between
Yeah.
your eyes.
I'm
This
pretty
is a silly
sure
place.
I said not to eat any more around me, correct? As I could only fix something once, right? That is what I said. I'm pretty sure that's what I said.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't hear you!
It's fine.
Too far up.
You continue
Right.
wandering.
I guess we press on.
You continue
Huxley, are
traveling.
you able to lead the way?
I guess I go in front and let Huxley like scream into my ears where to go.
I take like some of your hair and just pull on it, like
You're just
indicating
steering me?
Your,
Okay.
yeah, I steer your ears, like grabbing into them.
You keep traveling along the path, and after an hour of travel, Hux is the first one that turns back, as you are suddenly medium again. Well, your normal size, at least.
Small.
I think.
No, at least it's not a permanent effect. I wouldn't want to get used to
And
this.
Soleil is still large.
I will stay on Soleil unless he makes me get up.
I feel like it's still fine, size-wise, for you to sit on at least my neck with your like legs around my neck or whatever. Shouldn't be that much of a problem. Or even on top
As
of my
you
head.
continue traveling, and you start growing weary. Please roll me a survival check to find your shelter for the night.
23.
23, damn. Close to the wall, again, you find a high up cliff, sheltered from the wind by the large cliffs surrounding it. You set up your fire and your tents.
Yep.
You use
Yeah.
a supply. Okay. Going.
And then can we do... probably would have done this yesterday as well, but... Can we cook like one of the Bahir meats and one regular ration and kind of mix it so it's a little more palatable?
Okay.
Doing the like same thing with Bahir meat, kind of overcooking it, but
Mm-hmm. Saleh, you are still out.
Mm-hmm.
Who is going to keep watch?
You can take first one today.
Good. I feel like from up here I have a better point of view anyway.
I'll take third again.
Take the last watch. And I'm gonna do the same sort of rigging of various sort of booby traps and the tent again. And just holding Kieran close.
Are there like trees here?
Not on the platform you're on,
Not on the
but
platform.
down, further down, yes. Plenty of them. Bless you.
Thank you.
Do I think I have an... I mean, it'll be roll for this, but I want to like think about, instead of sleeping directly on the ground, doing like a hammock thing. In case the ground shakes again.
Okay.
What would it be to like kind of set up a makeshift hammock in my tent?
I would say... Give me a survival check.
A 9.
You set up a hammock, sort of hanging it on the supports of your tent. But as you sleep, what you don't realize is that slowly your supports begin craning inwards, so in the end, your hammock kind of does reach the ground anyways. This is during the time that you sleep. Everyone who is taking a watch, please roll me a 1d20. Your perception rolls. Red was third. Was fourth.
I have a good view up here. It's a 23.
A 16.
Minus 12.
Mine's an 8. That one's far more concerned with Kieran at the moment. I'm keeping watch.
As you sleep, the chitter and chirping of faint birds accompanies you throughout the night. But as the cave eclipses in utter blackness, save for the soft glow of your campfire, a sudden silence lays over the forest. Soleil, as it grows quiet, you turn back to normal and finish your watch in this silence. Huxley. As you keep watch, a familiar sound returns to your ears. There is a faint caw somewhere far above. Throughout your watch, it grows louder, as if its source were drawing a large circling spiral throughout the cave, circling down.
But it's just a sound, I can't see anything.
No, not in the darkness. And then comes the end of your watch and the beginning of Red.
I will definitely tell Brett about it when I wake him up.
Huxley tells you about it, but doesn't really need to because the call is still there and it now echoes loud enough that it becomes an annoyance. As if a crow were sitting right next to you, screaming its call at you.
That's so not this freaking.
And
I'm gonna go over to Evelyn and Soleil's. I don't know what the tenth.
yeah,
And I'm gonna cast silence.
interesting. Okay.
And then I go in silence and in and out like every couple minutes if it's
How
still there.
long does silence last?
Oh, like a 10 minutes. Well,
Okay.
10 minutes for respite.
it is ritual, so it's like 10 minutes off, 10 minutes on, 10 minutes off, 10 minutes. Well, I don't know how that casting would work because I need to. Yeah, it's 10
You're-
minutes on and off.
Watch after 2 more hours nears its end. And as Evelyn starts taking her watch, for an hour you hear the cawing just as before. But just as your rest is about to end, there's this deafening loud caw that sends a shrill echo throughout the cave. Before once again, the cave settles into complete silence. Everybody please roll me a con save. Soleil, you get to make your con save with advantage.
You.
And Evelyn, because you would have had disadvantage, you roll as regular.
I rolled the 1.
11.
Just a 13 with advantage.
Everyone rolled really low.
The DC is still 15. Anyone succeed?
No.
Yes.
Nope.
You still receive your long rest. All previous levels of exhaustion are cleared. But those of you who failed, you gain a level of exhaustion.
So I lose 1, gain 1, basically?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Evelyn, as you wake, you take 4 points of necrotic damage.
Alright. There's no sign of something to see, though. You can't see this bird anywhere.
No,
That's fair. Okay.
it is still completely and utterly dark. Once again, you awaken among the trees of the cave, ready to set out further in. On your map, which direction would you be heading?
I am pretty sure further this direction.
We'll keep it down a bit.
Is that bird like following us?
Yeah,
I'm
what's
not
up
really
with
sure.
that?
I've got a horrible headache.
If this bird appears again next night, there's gonna be a hunt like no hunt before. I'm gonna promise you that.
I mean, I'll join you.
How do the goblins look? Did they sleep?
Well, as always, they look pretty terrible. But they also always kind of look pretty terrible.
But like tired terrible or just terrible?
They seem to be no different than before, at least.
Did you all hear that bird last night?
You see Big Blood stretch. Yeah. Happens all the time.
It's just something that happens down here?
I don't know. We're not
So, like-
usually in this part of the caves.
Have you ever seen what's the bird itself?
No. Pretty dark.
Fair enough.
There's a lot of birds around. Could be any of them.
I'm not a fan.
You guys like use earplugs like I do?
What?
Sorry?
I'll take that as a yeah. I made these like earplugs out of some wax and stuff.
Why would you plug your ears?
So the loud cawing bird doesn't wake me up when I'm sleeping.
You'll get used to it. Eventually.
Uh-huh.
Right, so we should press on.
I'll try making some earplugs for everybody else while we walk.
Okay. Roll me a survival check, please, Huxley, and someone else roll me a 1d20.
I guess with disadvantage now with the exhaustion.
You have exhaustion, then yes.
17.
10.
Shouldn't you say? Roll me another 1d20.
Me?
Yes. For the survival.
Survival check or just a straight D20?
Straight d20.
12.
Okay. what was the D20?
17.
Ooh. Giant emotion.
I did.
Geometry.
That's what I said.
Do you though? You say that. Do-do-do-do. As you wander the forest this day, it's unsettlingly quiet. Although the atmosphere is now comfortable and warm, just as the noon light begins to pass over you, lending you a few hours of light, the forest around you grows slightly more sparse. Along your path hang broken branches just beneath the canopy of moss trees. Despite the darkness, you've kept pretty well on your path, and you come to a sort of a crossroads. The large cave wall to the left suddenly has a long break in it, revealing another path deeper into the cave.
So is it like a lot quieter than it had been on other days?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cast Aid today. So the three of you get 10 hit points.
Watching the broken branches around you, you may give me survival check. Those of you who would like to investigate.
One's kind of in her own little world.
And then please also give me a path you are going to take. Since you're moving at a bit of a faster pace.
Yeah, I know exactly now. I recognize this hole in the wall. We have to go straight ahead where we have been going. So further like this.
I had an 11 for survival.
DC is 15.
Nope. 8.
I have a 15.
Brett, you see large indentations lying across the ground beneath many of those branches. At first, they appear like animal tracks, but they're large and placed far apart from one another. They also seem to be quite old. The crushed moss of these indentations has already begun to regrow and distort the tracks' forms.
Oh, looks like some kind of, I don't know, cave giant or something. Came
Where?
by here. These like big track things. I mean, I don't know if it's a giant, if they're just big track. I don't know what kind actually.
Looking at the tracks, would there be a general guess as to how large you'd have to be talking about to make tracks like that?
Give me an investigation roll.
22?
somewhat hard to tell with the tracks being so old and being so distorted. But being how far apart they are, the creature wasn't at least jumping, it would have to be huge.
It would have to be pretty large to have stride that long.
It shouldn't be a problem though. These are pretty old.
Right, just keep an eye out, I suppose.
You're going to be scared of every track we come across.
It's about being
Only-
smart.
If it's
Yeah.
not the size of me and Orc, then it's not Kragler.
I mean, are these the size of you and Org?
No.
Okay.
They're barely as... They're not even as large as I am. What?
Well, maybe it's a Graglaw's smaller brother.
I don't think Kragler has any brothers. He probably would have eaten them.
Okay.
There's no harm in being cautious.
Well, we'll keep an eye out. It'd be hard to miss something this big.
Probably hear it from a distance away based upon how the branches are cracked and broken.
You continue along your path.
I believe so.
Yeah, Soleil just
Continue
yawning.
traveling, and soon after you discover the aged tracks, you spot something else through the trunks of the trees. In the distance, you see something bright, reflecting the last rays of the noon light. The foul smell of decay lies heavy in the air as you make your way. And as you make out a large carcass among the trees along your path.
Like up in the trees? Or like
Along the path on the ground.
along the path? Okay. Can we make out what it is from this distance?
Roll me a perception roll.
Eight.
You'd have to get closer to see the state it's in, or to grasp the full size of it. Right now, you're looking through still a row of tree trunks, gnarled and obstructing most of your view.
Should we avoid it or just pass on through?
Oh, it smells terrible. Let's just go around.
But what if it has treasure?
The treasure's gonna stink.
Yeah, what if it has treasure?
Well, I guess you already well, fine, you go look then.
Well, it's clearly dead.
Yeah, but something probably killed it.
Well, yeah, things die all the time.
So that might still be around.
I don't know, it smells pretty old.
Can't imagine there's anything worth obtaining from it, but if you want to look, go ahead.
How far away from it are we?
Just about 100 feet or so.
Yeah, I start walking towards it.
Well, there we go.
Do you
I'm
follow
not
or do
even
you just
surprised.
wait?
I will follow.
How far away are we talking?
About 100 or so feet.
I'm gonna walk like within 50 feet of it and then put a stop.
As
Yeah.
you approach the carcass, it seems heavily decayed. At least half a week or so old and teeming with insects. The carcass's upper half is nothing but bleached bone exposed to the air, as desiccated and decayed flesh and fur still clings to the rest of its form. As the carcass lies there, its form reminds you vaguely of a huge humanoid, although its hands end in gigantic claws.
What does Bew do?
As you forge on ahead, Bew continues waddling behind you. But even as you approach the carcass, Bew just stands there, watching.
Okay. Because Bew has shown good instincts when it comes to danger, so just wanted to make sure. So, I guess we can leave immediately. Seems to be nothing here. Like, even if that's a humanoid body, it doesn't have like clothing or stuff?
No,
Okay,
completely. Well, it seemingly was covered in fur.
okay. So yeah, nothing to see here, I guess.
I'll just use my magic awareness to become aware of any magic or spell within 60 feet of me. Just in case.
Okay. Well, you would get a couple of readings of enchantment from Soleil's bank, his weapons, from Red, from Evelyn as expected, as well as from Tiffy. But from the creature, you get nothing.
Yeah. If I can spot anything, like any items or weapons, and I just kind of shrug. Yeah, let's continue.
As you finish examining the body, you notice the goblins whispering to one another. Just off in the corner.
What?
Did you
Is
just
something?
turn to them and say what?
Yeah.
As
What?
Big notices too. He steps forward in between the other two. Big Blab know what that is, and Big Blab know where food is now too.
Oh.
You see Teeth pushing past Big Blab, looking at the carcass. We see them before. Big apes, horrid apes, angry apes, savage apes. They hunt far, take all food from forest, even kill and eat each other. But they leave this corpse means they live nearby. They're big, loud, easy to avoid, but they have food, a lot of food, good food we need. Could sneak in, steal food and leave.
That's a really good idea.
I like it. I mean, we always, I look to Red, we always have the invisible broom plan, right?
Yeah.
So, feels like a good thing to maybe sneak in a horde of apes.
Yeah, we're professional robbers at this point.
Oh, you are?
Oh yeah. It actually went pretty well, so I mean,
Yeah, I mean, we even had a goblin working with us too. Feels like back then.
yeah.
We
Great
follow
robbery too.
tracks then. I lead.
Now you care about the tracks.
Tiffy looks at you confused.
But I thought you said we were wasting our time stopping and looking at every track.
Well, I think stupid to follow track if no danger.
Uh-huh.
If it's old tracks, then why be worried? There's a lot of things down here.
Right. Proceed.
You keep traveling, with Tiffy continuing on ahead, roughly following the tracks on the ground. Every now and then you see him blink out of existence mid-jump as if he slid into something invisible, only for him to reappear a few seconds later, further ahead, waving for you to follow. Darkness again enshrouds the forest as the rest of the light fades, and as it does, another light suddenly contrasts the darkness in the distance. A warm yellow light that flickers, the light of a fire. Before you come close enough to see anything through the trees, Tiffy appears in front of you.
Wait. Their camp is ahead. We must be quiet. They make their home in the trees, make nests of moss and branches like balls.
Oh no, it's moss again.
They put stuff inside. Food ball is likely close to the fire. Must be sneaky, grab food and leave.
Alright.
So, I guess not everyone should go in here, right? The most sneaky
not.
ones.
The ability to carry food out.
I mean, Red, maybe I could, maybe you could take everything out of the bag for now, and I take the bag with me,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
and I can stuff food in there.
That's a good idea, I think. Yeah. I mean, there's mostly food in it right now, so I'll just take that all out.
Yeah, for now, just so we
If we have to run,
have some room.
though,
Ooh, don't lose.
Then at least take as much food out of it as much as we guys can carry in a normal
Right.
fashion, so there's a little bit more space in there for more food.
Alright, so I can empty out.
Right now you have 64 pounds of food. Actually, counting the rest of the Behir meat, it would be 72.
But there's a lot of supplies as well. In the sack.
I think I can carry a couple supplies. Really, another ration.
Oh, I don't think I subtracted water bottle last time.
Yeah, I could easily carry the wall. But we can just say that's Dex.
Someone's breathing into the mic.
Mm,
Anyone
this is
else
about what I can
taking
carry.
stuff?
Yeah, I'm
I've
carrying.
grabbed all I can carry.
Should I come with you? Or you want to go alone?
I think I can empty out, so there's about 50 pounds worth that you could take. I think if I'm doing my math right.
I will not take any additional in case I have to make a run for it.
Yeah.
I can't take anything else. What I've got. From what I've already pulled out of our supplies.
You got 13.
Okay. So who's going in?
Okay, if you can take 60 pounds worth. It looks like. Oh, you got some gear. So 64. Yeah, 64 pounds. I think probably just Soleil should go in. He's definitely the quietest.
Oh, I would prefer to have at least Tiffy at my side.
Well, okay, sure.
I cannot carry food.
Oh, you
Where I
can't?
travel, I cannot bring anything. Unless you want me to take a bite and spit it out each time.
How does that work with your clothes?
Well, they're part of me. But I have to drop bags or anything else.
Interesting.
Well, you can still help me, like, scouting out the area and stuff.
Yeah, I can help.
Well, here. Well, you can have the broom, and make sure to take the hat, too. You could, like, float stuff on it, or something, I think. I don't know, might be helpful.
Oh yeah, that hat.
Let's go then.
I'll pass you off my stopwatch as well. Well, at a pinch, you should be able to get pretty far by twisting this little knob. Get some distance if need be.
Here, I'll try to make you a little quieter as well. And I'll enhance your dexterity ability check.
Nice.
I'm giving you my stopwatch that can cast Dimension Door open.
Oh, just the thing I realized that might be problematic for this whole operation. I still have 1 level of exhaustion.
Yeah, so do I. That's why I was like reluctant to go.
Oh,
Got
you're
a
still really
+8
tired?
on Stealth, but
I mean, with enhanced ability, you at least do straight rolls, right?
Yeah. That's good.
Alright, okay, listen, Soleil. Let me cut this line of diamond dust for you.
Wait.
Okay. If you want to feel great, you would do this magic spell and you're good to go. Think it's worth it?
Which
might as
spell?
well.
Greater Restoration. It removes the exhaustion.
How can I use that, or did you use that, or what
He's
happened?
saying he
I
can.
am
cast it.
saying I can cast it
Oh,
on
you
if you'd
can.
like.
Okay. I mean, it's a risky operation, so I would prefer to go in there with the best I can do.
All right. I hold out the diamond dust and do the spell.
Snort the diamond.
Snort the diamond.
That was good.
Yeah.
Now you see this black cat with a little, like under the nose, a little white patch of fur.
All right, you're good to go. I think your ability is still enhanced.
Yeah, should be.
Cool.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Guess we're going in.
Can the rest of us find a really good hiding spot in the meantime?
Just. You get any close and try to hide, or
Probably not.
We're like,
you
what,
are
100
in,
feet or
like,
so
a
away?
guard forest? Probably just hide pretty much anywhere.
Enhance ability is concentration, right?
It
Yeah.
is.
Okay, so no
It's for
invisibility.
1 hour. No, I figured because invisibility you can't do something.
Yeah, true.
How close are we to the like where the food is?
About I have found the map for that one. It's a couple of 100 feet still until you reach where the light is coming from.
If I can get closer, I can see if there's any traps, but I don't know if they'd be smart enough to trap it.
I feel like Tiffy could figure that out. Too, I'm pretty good at sneaking around. Can you figure out traps, Tiffy?
I guess so. Really care for traps much.
I mean, I'm gonna be floating on the broom, I guess, if possible.
Yeah.
So, should be fine.
Good luck.
Well,
Yeah. Need us.
The trees in front of you as you get closer rise higher than the canopy. Instead of a wide lattice of branches, they end in large, bulbous green globes, as if someone had mashed two birds' nests into one. The ground surrounding these trees is cleared of all plants save for the moss that covers it. And as your eyes wander, taking in all the trees of the clearing, you notice something that slightly turns your stomach a little bit. A vine is stretched across two of the bulbous nests, and strung on it are several skulls, all distinctly humanoid. Them you see at the center of the clearing, huge, a monstrous distorted form, pacing around a large fire at the center of the house.
Ah, they look friendly enough.
Alman, will you please roll me initiative?
Sure can.
think technically you could roll it at advantage if you wanted it, but it doesn't make
Oh, I guess because it's a
it.
dex
Third
roll.
ability.
Yeah, it didn't help, but it was worth a try.
I don't like that their stomachs have claws.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, let's not fight these things.
Are these beasts? I assume not.
They look like beasts.
Well, you're not really seeing them, are you?
Can I have one of those tokens?
What for?
Wild shape.
I guess so. Here you go.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Delay goes first.
Okay, I'm gonna try with 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 feet?
You dashing?
Does that make moving stealthily harder?
Well, if you if you dash while stealthing, you're gonna have to roll me another stealth check for the dash separately. As is basically a second movement.
I guess I would move normally first to see how it goes. Like with a 13 for oh, I do have advantage, right? Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, much better. That's a dirty 20. I guess I'm gonna dash. Because I wanna check this tree. I guess it's up in the trees.
The tree in front of you rises about 20 feet high. And then, after those 20 feet of trunk is this large bulbous nest. Which is... It's not as visible here, but it is closed at the top. It's like a ball.
Yeah, I wanna check the nest.
You just look around it.
I mean, yeah, is it open? Can I look inside? Like, is there any, like, entrance? Or is it open on the top? I don't know.
On this side, you see no opening. You did see, as you were looking around, that each of these does seem to have just a round hole in it. But it does not appear to be on this side of the tree.
Okay. Still have 30 feet of movement, so 10, 20, 30, right to the entrance.
You would have to climb up 20 feet to get to the entrance.
I guess I can't I do that while moving somehow? On the
Well,
broom?
you'd have to climb up the tree.
On the
with
broom. Yeah, I'm with the
Right,
broom.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the broom. I forgot about
That's how I have 50 feet of movement also, by the way. It was 50, right? With the broom?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The large, round interior in front of you is empty.
Okay. Guess guess I'm gonna position myself at least a little bit. Can't use the hide action, but like somehow between the leaves or among the leaves, so I'm not like out in the open. That's my turn then.
Okay. You see as these large apes move around the fire, whenever they get close to one another, shuffling through the many bones that litter the ground, whenever they get too close to one another, they start almost squaring off, posturing, puffing up their chest, and stretching out their long arms, elongating their claws. And Tifi suddenly falls out of seemingly nothing right in front of you into the nest.
Nothing here, huh? Gotta get closer.
Yeah.
Be quiet.
You're the
Be
one
careful
talking.
looking in these nests. This is surely not all of them.
It is your turn again.
First of all, just because I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals to understand what they're saying. 10,
Okay.
20, 30. I'm gonna see how they're moving and wait for a moment where I can like get in here.
Do you hold an action to do that then?
Yeah. I mean,
As
I
soon as
can't
you
hold an
cast
action
Speak
really.
with
I can
Animals.
hold my movement because my action was the spell. So, but I can hold my movement, I guess.
Mm-hmm. As soon as you cast the spell, you hear
Man. Stronger.
indicating, as you understand them, that they are, in fact, beasts.
Yay!
And then it is their turn as you are holding your action. As two of them seemingly square off, you see one of them backing away as the other one edges in closer. One of the four that you see seems to just begin wandering your way. And you see and hear this one come closer, just and your held action does not trigger.
Okay.
You see Tifi vanish. And it is your turn again.
Is the thing looking at me right now? This general direction, I mean.
It seems to be turning your way, but you don't really see its eyes, indicating that it's probably not looking right up at the nest yet.
Okay, then I want to use the shortest way to get out of its sight. Basically behind here. Stealthily.
Roll me stealth.
19.
You wait for an opportune moment when you're sure that the monkey, just as it's moving its arms, isn't looking right towards you. And you slink out of the nest around the corner.
Okay. That was 20 feet, 30, 40, 50.
As you fly by between two of the nests, you spot a fifth, idling next to one of the trees.
dash action 10, 20, 30. Looking at the thing and looking where it looks.
Right now it seems to be looking towards the direction of the forest edge.
Okay, I'm gonna move 15 more feet to look into the nest.
Give me a stealth.
I mean, yeah, true. Okay. Dirty 20.
Just as you pass by the opening, you see another one inside, sleeping. This ape just in its huge form heaving up and down with its slow breath.
Okay. Does it look like there's some kind of food in there?
If you were to look, like, you don't obviously see anything. If you were to try and look more closely, you'd have to spend an action to investigate.
Okay. I don't have an action left, so I'm gonna use my last 5 feet to like get around the entrance again to like at least hide from the guy in the center of the clearing. And that's my turn.
Faintly, near the fire somewhere, you hear the noise between the apes grow louder. You just hear,
Fight! Fight! Fight!
you see the ape in front of you turn to investigate. Just then, you see, sort of just out of the corner of your eye, Tifi appear right in the nest, right next to you. He looks like he's about to say something, but as he sees the sleeping monkey, you see him look at you with a strange expression. There's almost a smile on his face, and he vanishes. It is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna use my action to investigate this place to see if there's food anywhere.
Okay, roll me investigation.
Straight roll, because I'm bad at those. 14.
Plus 0?
Yeah,
Hmm.
my intelligence is just very average.
You hover slightly above. Be careful not to touch the ceiling. And you look around the entire inside of the nest. Behind and around the sleeping monkey, there is no sign of food. From his face, you see colorful drool
Colorful.
reach all the way down to the ground of the nest and begin to dissipate. But food, you find none.
Okay. Then I'm gonna use my move. Oh, this guy's still there. But he's walking the other way, right?
He's watching the fight.
20, 30. No. 10, 20, 30. 30 feet over here, sneakily, to watch in that.
Stealth roll, please.
Watch into that one. 23.
You watch around the corner inside the tent. You see a lot of stuff in there. Objects. Mostly refuse from the looks of it. You see a bunch of broken gears that seem very out of place. Broken metal parts. Even a few tools.
Does it look scavengeable for us, for our purposes?
You could probably scavenge some gear if you were to try.
Sure, I'm gonna use, since now Ape is in here anyway, my last movement to get in here. I have no action left for this turn, but prepare to scavenge through the stuff.
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
From outside you hear suddenly a commotion and exhilarated screams just as you hear the clanking of claws. Seems that the two apes might have finally began drawing blood.
Perfect.
And that is their turn. That is you.
I'm gonna use my action to scavenge through the stuff.
Please roll me a 1d20.
A 6.
A 6?
A 6.
You start going through this just pile of refuse. Broken metal pieces, gears, you try to quietly just put them out of the way, looking for any sort of salvageable tools or gear. But you spend your turn finding none so far. There's still a lot of the pile left. You can continue, but it would cost you another action.
Okay, I'm gonna stay for now. That's my turn.
Audibly, in the distance, you hear the fight continue. Around you, you hear a faint rustling. Some of the other apes seem to have awoken. You hear a loud off to the side somewhere. And that's their turn. It is yours.
Okay, scavenge! $18.
As you get halfway through the pile of refuse, you in fact manage to find a couple of small picks, a hammer, some rope, and you gain 1 extra gear.
Neat. I'm gonna use my movement to get out of here. I wanna look around where the apes are looking. Still... Okay. I'm gonna use 30 feet of my movement to sneakily move over here. That is a 28. For stealth.
You fly towards the hole, and just as you look inside, you freeze as another ape sits within, awake this time. Cradled in its arms, you see a smaller ape.
Okay.
It doesn't seem to have noticed you yet.
Okay, but it seems awake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Guess I'm gonna use the last 20 feet of my movement and 20. Get over here and see if I can get a look inside that one too.
Is that still within your original movement, or?
Yeah, it's still the first 50 feet of movement.
Look around the corner and you see more refuse. Seems to largely be chunks of wood, broken barrels, even crates. But as far as you can see, no food.
Okay, I guess that's my turn.
The large ape, almost just right below you, turns again, somewhat to your direction, and begins walking back in front of the nest. The noise of the fighting grows a little louder as you'd see out of the corner of your eyes these two shapes against the light of the fire, just beating at each other with their giant claws. You see tufts of fur and blood go flying. And then it is your turn again.
Feel like this is my chance now that this guy here is watching the other direction. Feel like this is my chance to go 20 feet over here and check this one out. This
Well,
nest. Dirty 20.
Inside the nest, you see color, odd shapes.
Okay. I go closer, 10 feet, to see what it is.
Inside the tent. I see.
The tent.
It's not a tent. Inside the nest, you see two piles, separate piles of weirdly shaped objects. Closer now, they do kind of look like fruit, though not any you've ever seen before.
What does
One
my...
is an elongated shape, almost like a carrot, but clearly red and seemingly soft. They seem to hang together on large bundles. Further in the corner, you see almost triangle-shaped fruit that have a slightly yellowish color.
I'll get even closer and smell if it smells like edible or not.
Okay. You can roll me either investigation or do a perception check with your smell.
Okay, guess it's a normal roll because disadvantage from my exhaustion and advantage from my amulet.
No, you're not exhausted.
You're not exhausted.
Oh yeah.
anymore.
Oh yeah. That's even better. It's just advantage.
Mhm.
Keep forgetting that red is awesome.
Yeah.
That is a 23 then. Perception.
How could you forget? Red is awesome.
You take in the smell, trying to shut out the smell of the fire, the smoke, the smell of blood that seems to now emanate from just beyond this nest.
The smell of remaining diamond dust in you.
The non-existent smell of diamond. And then you smell the sweetness of the fruit in front of you.
Okay, I'm gonna open the bag of holding and gonna start stuffing stuff in there and use my action for that.
Okay. Since these are fruit, you begin stuffing your bag. And
Oh, we also get water
fruit
from it.
themselves, count a little bit towards your water
Nice.
as well. And in total, in terms of rations, you gather 2 and 1 water.
Nice. Is that like everything that's in here, or can I take another turn
No,
basically?
there is still more.
Okay.
You've taken about half of what is here.
Okay. Good, but yeah, that's my turn for now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
You hear close by the breaking of branches just as you feel a tapping at your shoulder. You turn around to see Tifi with one finger in front of his mouth.
One right outside.
Soleil just nods.
The noise of the fight stops as you hear the start as the body hits the ground. And then you hear more movement, breaking branches, and a lot louder footsteps than before as you see a shadow just rush past the entrance of your nest.
Yeah, show them who's the alpha.
A couple moments later, you hear this loud squelching noise. And that is their turn.
I mean, now that I realize that this guy passed the entrance, I'm gonna keep stuffing all the fruit into the bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
And use my action for that. I hope it's gonna be the rest of the fruit.
You managed to collect the rest of what is in this tent, gaining 2 more rations and 1 more water.
Cool. I'm gonna move 10 feet to the entrance, look around to see if there's anyone looking this direction.
Roll me a perception check.
Oop! That's fine. It's a natural 1 for perception. That is 7 total.
There's this flickering of shadows. Whatever's happening in front of the fire right now, there seems to be a lot of action. You can't really tell what's going on over here.
Yeah, it frightens
But
me.
you do see that the ape here seems to have returned to looking out towards the forest. The ape that is far away. You can barely see the edge of him, but what you do see is the back of his shoulder as he seems to be returning to where he slept earlier.
Okay. I want to get out of here, I'm afraid, so I'm gonna, out of this nest at least, and move 10, 20, 30 to see what I can, if I can look into that nest in the corner there. Okay.
The nest appears to be empty.
And I have 10 feet left of movement, so I'm gonna move here.
Okay.
Hi there.
Can you just quickly roll me stealth, please?
$26.
DC is 14. You see, almost staggering, an ape suddenly come back from the clearing. You see its claws and its mouth drenched in red blood. But it does not look up as you hover close to the nest next to you. And that is their turn.
Okay, I wanna. I'm a little bit above the monkey, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna, sneak past him, above him, basically. 10, 20, 30 towards here.
Okay, give me a DC is 8.
Okay, already rolled an 11. Oh, that was good. 11 was the highest roll. 11 for stealth. And then I want to look in here. Okay.
Pressure increases a little bit as you find another one sleeping.
Okay. I have 10, 20 more feet of movement, and then I'm gonna dash. 10 and 20.
Give me another stealth roll.
Right, that was good. Oh, that was not a roll.
As you find the nest in front of you empty.
28 was the stealth. I did. How much did I move? I was here 10. Okay. Still have a little bit of movement left. 10 and 20. I'm gonna kind of hide here in between the two nests, waiting for my next turn. Good thing.
As one of the apes moves towards where the commotion happened, and one of them seems to return, they almost bump into each other. You see the two of them face each other again, both of them puffing up their chests, being sort of standoffish once again, and just growl at each other before they decide to not push it and separate.
Now I'm wondering about their reproduction cycle, how quick it is, because they kill each other so frequently.
And it is your turn.
15 feet to look inside this thing.
The stench as you come around the corner is not pleasant. You see a massive pile of bones. Some of the cadavers in here are still... There's still a little bit of flesh on them, mostly desiccated and rotten. But mostly it is bloodied bones.
Okay. Nothing too interesting there then. 20, 30.
Do you fly above or beneath the nest? Going past here.
Above.
Above, okay.
40 and 50. And then I can dash. 10, 20 to look inside this nest.
Which you find empty.
Okay, and 30, 40, 50. Over here for the rest of my movement, and that's my turn.
As you fly around the corner to the edge of the camp, where the light does not quite reach, you see Ify appear.
You have some. I found the last. But you're not going to like it. It's right next to the other one.
Okay,
Wanna try, or do you wanna call it?
I'm gonna try.
Alright, I'm gonna wait there for you. See if you make it.
And it is your turn again.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
Please roll me a stealth.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use my dash 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 to dash right inside here.
Please roll me another stealth check. Ooh, is this the one? Is this the one?
It's
No,
not. It's 20. It's 23. It was
Yeah,
close
you
though.
fly in and around the corner. You are met with 2 piles of fruit once again.
Okay. That's my turn for now.
As you fly past, you see that the mangled corpse of the fallen one is almost completely gone, already turned to bones, as another ape is just gnawing the rest of the meat of the bones. The blood-drenched winner you see pacing around the fire, and I believe Talk to Animals is still up.
It's 10 minutes, so I guess so, yeah.
Then you just hear,
Strongest. Strongest.
and that is their turn.
Okay. I'm gonna use my action to gather the food again.
Mm-hmm. And same as before. Get actions and 1 water.
Okay, well, it's my turn. Because I want to get all of it.
And you collect every last bit.
I assume it doesn't matter because you could put it on your person. But those last 3 The bag is already full.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put that on my person then. That's the reason why I didn't carry anything in the first place towards you. Okay.
Good. I think that's all of it. We should go before they notice.
And Tiffy vanishes in front of your eyes.
Okay.
It's your turn.
Okay. I am gonna definitely use my dash action. And I'm gonna use my feline agility to double my movement. And I'm gonna use my action surge to make another dash, so I can move 300 feet this round.
Okay, how many actions is that?
Dash action, and it's 2 actions. Dash action plus the action surge.
An action search is another dash, right?
Yeah.
So 1 movement, 2 dashes. And roll
Yeah.
3 stealth rolls, please.
Sure.
Does that work with the broom? I mean,
That's what work with the room.
Feline agility.
yeah.
It's a good question. Probably not. You can still do the 2 dashes. Then.
So there was a 17 in there, if that
If you're not
matters.
using your own feet, yeah, it makes. I don't think.
So yeah, the lowest was a 17.
Hmm. Okay.
I
Make you yeah.
I'm out of there.
You're just out of there. And you return with food and water in the form of fruit.
I don't know if if you knew that, but like brooms like bring out the most feline agility in a cat. So
Of course.
that is how it
It's
works.
because of the witches, right?
Yeah.
Now, as neither Rat nor Hux were there, you do not get the stat block for these. But they were beasts.
No!
It's probably for the better, let's be honest.
Well, Soleil returns and says, "Those were quite some ferocious beasts."
To be fair, it wouldn't have mattered for Hux too much, because it's not really inside your range for wild shape. But
Well, I
it
still
is
have
inside the range of
polymorph.
the polymorph.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can't cast polymorph.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Well, maybe you'll have to draw a picture of them for us or something.
Maybe we can capture one of them.
Maybe not.
As you return, Soleil, Hux, I'm guessing you would be looking to continue your travel a bit and then look for a place to rest. Of course, you always have the option to forego your rest and travel further. If you don't feel safe resting nearby.
Alright.
They're gonna be mad tonight, aren't they?
Well, maybe if they spread out when they're searching, then we can get one on its own.
Why are you suddenly like... I don't understand.
I mean, how cool would it be if I could turn into one of those?
I mean, everything you turned into so far looked even more frightening than those.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, let's just try to find a place to lay low.
Well, are we
Maybe if we
traveling
go
further? Or...
a little bit further away, so we're
Yeah.
not so close, it'd probably
Yeah.
be for the best.
You can travel for another hour, but if you were to want to travel further than an hour away, you would have to forgo your rest, essentially.
I mean, an hour should be fine if we can find a good spot to rest.
Maybe some place
Hidden.
not out in the open, ideally, if you spot anything on the way.
Yeah,
Did you
maybe.
put all the did you put all the food into your weird bag that just makes things disappear?
Oh yeah, by the way, most of the food is some weird fruit I haven't seen before. So maybe you want to check that out too, Ablin. I don't want to have it being another magical surprise.
Yeah, stop to rest, I can take a look at it.
But did you put most of it into the?
Yeah, most of it. I just have a little bit with me.
Yeah, just so that they don't smell it, you know. Maybe put all of it in there for the night.
Yeah, we should take out one of the normal rations, or a couple of them, and exchange it with the fruit.
Easy enough.
So I guess we only go for 1 hour.
Yeah, seeing if there's any place that's more covered, more hidden, or
Give me your survival check. Looking for a place to camp.
Hey, you can cast a cool spell again. That made Chili better at doing stuff.
For
Because
you?
right now I'm pretty bad at doing stuff. I feel pretty tired.
Okay.
I mean, I don't
I'm
know. if
gonna
you wanna-
imagine you're like a really keen owl.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Like have the eyes of an owl and spot.
Yeah, right.
Spot the right places.
It's wisdom, right?
Yes.
Yes, wisdom.
Oh, damn. Didn't even...
25. Well,
Oh yeah, right.
I
you
have
had
disadvantage
disadvantage.
otherwise. Yeah.
25, yeah. You find a perfect place, just as last night. Slightly
Thanks,
above the
bro.
forest on a ledge, sheltered by the walls around it. Do you use...
I'd say we don't do a fire tonight. Maybe just like
Yeah, for safety reasons.
extra blankets or something.
Yeah. Sounds good to me.
Makes sense. How cold has it been, Becker? It got a
It's
little warmer,
been
right?
pretty warm these past few days. More so
Hopefully.
than when you started into this forest.
Yeah, it's gonna get warmer and warmer.
Right, so we can pass on the fire tonight.
What do you guys eat?
Oh, I'll stop and identify the fruit.
Yeah, the last one of these probably.
Mixed with
something-
fruit?
Maybe.
Or-
Yeah.
We're gonna find
Maybe we
out.
shouldn't eat it today, so you know there's no smell.
Yeah, we should eat the other rations first and can eat the fruit
Okay.
during the next couple of days.
You identify the fruit, but you do not find anything magical.
It at least won't cause crazy things to happen like last time. Can't say how edible it is, but in general.
Oh, by the way, now that you're checking it, I'm gonna pull out one of the other fruits from the tree and to show it to you, Evelyn. You still feel any kind of magic coming from this? Just to see if they hold up.
Take the fruit begrudgingly and work on ritually casting Identify on that as well.
Okay, roll me a 1d20, please.
Natural 20.
Oh god.
Didn't eat the fruit.
Do you just identify the one fruit?
I think he only handed me one.
I only handed her one,
Mhm.
yeah.
You can feel the sort of strength of the magic slightly diminishing. But right now, the magic that is enchanting this fruit seems utterly radiant. Even as you just feel it from a distance, it feels like the comfort of a warm fireplace, of a tasty meal, of a good sleep in a wonderful bed.
Oh, I'm going to hate myself for suggesting this. You should probably eat that.
I should?
Yeah. It's starting to diminish, but whatever it's doing right now, probably really good.
He's already stuffing his face with it. Like the first words you said.
It goes like
Yeah,
right
before even waiting for your explanation, he's just because he remembered that the first one really tasted great.
You feel warmth flow through your body, almost like drinking alcohol, but with none of the associated burn. And you gain a point of inspiration.
Ooh. Kara would hate this because it doesn't have the side effects. So of alcohol. That is like very neat. I feel like I could do anything right now, and you can see Soleil immediately like taking out his notebook and start drawing these apes. But this time he changes his style a little bit. He's for experiments today, and he's drawing this fight of the two apes that he not really since he didn't witness it like firsthand, he just heard it. His imagination goes nuts, and his style is a little bit more like it goes from the more realistic style that he has more into like the anime like completely fucked up fighting of
Like
two
blurred
apes.
lines.
Yeah, blurred lines and like super crazy. Yeah. It's just like it seems like all of a sudden like he's inspired and is just doing it's just drawing like extra crazy.
I'll taste one of the normal fruits, Beggar, just to make sure it doesn't seem like highly acidic, poisonous, something like that.
Okay. You take a bite of the fruit and it's soft, almost gooey inside, but well, it tastes fine.
Which are probably fine to cook with some of these. We could easily do either or. Our rations are going to last a bit longer than the fruit. So if we're delaying on the fruit, it should only be for tonight's meal.
Good to know. Oh, by the way, here's the earplugs.
Oh,
I was working on them while you were doing the. You know,
appreciate it.
there's some for you too, Sly.
Oh, thank you. Immediately goes back to drawing.
Wow, they're scary looking.
Okay, who? I mean, I guess everyone's taking watches again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then please roll me a 1d20 and your perceptions.
25 for perception.
How long is enhanced ability up?
Only an hour.
If I take the first watch, could I roll it?
Since
Or I
your
guess
watch
it
is
would
like
go-
2 hours long,
Yeah.
it will probably wouldn't give you like full advantage.
And I guess Red would also go to sleep.
Mhm. Yeah, I can't concentrate while I'm asleep.
Ah,
Not one.
You fall asleep
No.
during your rest. It's just a little nap, and you're just gone.
Yeah. It means Soleil during his watch, like starts even he does another drawing too, and this time, like, since he's so inspired, he wants to go to a completely different concept this time, and it's going like full realism and like super, like before he had this anime fighting action piece, and now he's going for the very quiet, very very nice shading and stuff. This monkey mother with her like monkey baby in the nest, and like a super quiet opposite piece to the first one.
Okay.
Mommy, why did the evil people steal all our food? Why do we must go hungry tonight?
Because your dad ate your uncle.
Yeah.
As you sleep and take your watches, there is an uneasy feeling, a worry that the apes, crude as they were, might be intelligent enough to follow. But the night passes in peace. And all of you awaken well rested, except for you, Evelyn. You awaken nauseous. Your body feels sore and you taste copper in your mouth. During the night, you have cleared all your previous levels of exhaustion, but gained a new one. And you also awaken having taken 22 necrotic damage. And with that, I want to say let's take a quick 5-minute break because I gotta go pee.
Did I heal from the last necrotic damage I took?
Yes.
Okay.
You would have healed and then basically taken this damage again.
Yeah.
And I will be right back.
Okay.
Same.
But yeah, I actually felt really bad to do the like everything alone there. Let you guys watch for like 30 minutes doing nothing.
Ah, it's all good.
We all have those moments. And any of us could have attempted to sneak in with you, but
Yeah.
it wasn't going to go well.
Sometimes our group just makes decisions that are reasonable, and that's good, I guess. Because going in there, I felt like would have been a disaster.
Can I return any of the rations to the things to the bag of the handy haversack?
I think
Yeah,
it
like
was
6 stuff.
full. Because
Well,
I
after we
stuffed
used rations
everything
last
in
night.
there. Yeah.
So it's still full.
I mean, I had to carry something on myself when I got out of
Okay.
camp because the sack was full. So I guess it's gonna be hard to get rid of stuff.
Or has Salty when he gets back. See how much space he has left. I meant like can't pick up another pound. I'm gonna refill my water. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Are they?
The liquid inside that clearly had been silvery before is now a deep, almost purple black.
That's different.
Is that the blood from the big one you've killed?
Yes.
Did you label all of yours? Your vials?
She always labels everything. She obnoxiously
You
in horrible
see
handwriting, or
that
actually in
the
no vial.
vials from the warrior you killed
Mm-hmm.
are still
Yeah.
silver.
Oh.
Ah, so these
However,
are
the
from
ones
the
from
ones in the mine.
all of them have turned black.
No, these are from the mine.
Now that is interesting.
The
Roll me a
spot
quick
that
history check.
me.
Yes.
Disadvantage. It's hard to focus right now, man. It's where's history? 10.
Okay. In that case, you would not immediately realize the connection.
That's fair.
Well, you definitely shouldn't carry these around
Maybe
anymore.
not.
But
It's
why
very
didn't this
interesting,
happen
though.
earlier?
You said that there's a spot on the bag, like a darkened spot. If I look at that spot of like the leather that's stained, is it look like blood or does it look like matching liquid to what's in the vials?
It looks like the leather has just turned a darker color, as if it had aged or decayed faster than the rest of the bag.
Okay.
The spot is exactly where the vials were closest to.
Right, we could throw him something else, or... Be curious to see. Can't work out exactly what's happening. Attention's a little difficult at the moment, though.
Maybe we should just burn it to be safe.
That would be an entire waste. Something we should definitely not do. Do you think,
I
Grant,
don't even
that
know if it would work to burn it.
we could put it in your bag?
Where did you get these vials from?
There was this creature that had this silvery sort of blood. Kind of a bit like you probably saw them in the Polythreme. Those large
Silver, like, yeah, tyrant-y, guardian-y type of thing.
Oh, the scary
Yeah.
guards.
We took down one of those in a mine, and it bled out the silvery sort of blood. I put it in a vial, and now it's
It used to look like those three, and she's saying it looks like...
possibly
That must be really
mixing
bad stuff.
with something.
Yeah, the thing I'm concerned about putting it in the bag with all the food is if it did that to your pack, I don't know what it would do to food.
That's fair. We'll just keep carrying it, and I'll just keep it away from me, shift its position, and not have it next to me when I sleep.
Maybe we should
If
put
there's any
the
other-
bag out in the open, where the person who keeps watch can always, like, keep a look at it.
I suppose.
Oh, we could... it's gotta be some kind of bad thing. We could, like, put those vials in my bigger jar of holy water. Actually, we could do that right now. That's how I pull out my... I assume it's like a big, larger bottle of holy water.
Mm-hmm.
Here, just put the sealed vials in it. I mean, they might work.
Very hesitantly, Ellen will move to place one vial in the jar and watch to see if there's any reaction.
I quickly see.
We summon a very angry half demon, half angel.
Yeah, you drop the vial in, and nothing immediately happens.
I'm hesitant because there could be a lot that we could learn, and if it is completely destroyed, then I can't learn anything from it.
Well, it shouldn't destroy it.
Well, I'm not sure if possibly it could break through the seal somehow. Here, we'll put 2 in, and I'll just keep one off to the side.
Mm,
And we can leave that out with whoever's on watch.
okay. If these are fine tomorrow, though, we're putting them all in.
That's fair.
In the meantime, you need some, like, healing. I could do the restoration thing. I mean, if you feel like snorting diamond dust, but, you know.
It might be a waste.
Yeah.
Let's give it a day. I don't think I can keep up walking with everyone today.
Oh, well, you can float along. It's easy enough.
That works.
You can have the broom for the day.
I will move the one last vial to in like a pocket that's like further away from me in my backpack through the day. And keep an eye on it periodically to make sure it's not.
I mean, maybe
further
one of us
decaying.
should carry it.
Yeah, that's true. I could carry it out of the bag.
If you're careful with it, yeah, that I suppose that'd be fine. Just don't break the vial.
I will try not to, unless, like, something breaks me, you know? Which happens sometimes.
So it just makes sure that the vial's safe. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
I will put it inside my magical fiddle.
That works.
It's magical. It shouldn't get broken.
Perfect. That works fine. I'll hand over the vial to Red then.
I, like, wrap it in something soft and stick it inside my magical fiddle. It seems like the safest place for it. I don't know.
It's fair, it's fair.
Damn, I have to do some deep research right now.
Oh boy. You can't predict the micro.
What happens to your vials of blood in holy water? What happens to your
What happens to the damn
inside
fiddle?
a magical item?
I am gonna heal you.
That's fair.
It's gonna be
Okay.
17.
Thanks. Appreciate this.
Yeah. I suppose we should get on our way.
Right. Probably should.
Good lord. Okay.
Beggar's like, what have they done?
Is this what you meant with individually
Listen,
individually unreadable?
I think so.
I had a
That's
bad
not even
thing.
what I meant.
The
had a
micro,
good
the
thing.
micro, yeah.
Microtransactions.
If you put the bad thing in the good thing, it'll be okay, right? You know?
Yeah.
The air seems to grow ever warmer as you continue to travel. Despite the absence of light, it feels almost like the warm heat of Antog-Ark. You finish packing your supplies and begin to head out along the canyon. For a few hours you travel in peace and quiet, like the day before, as the light begins to pass overhead. And just as the light reaches its apex, as the rays of light fall straight down onto the forest around you, another rumble shakes the ground. Though this time it seems much stronger. Immediately you look up, watching for rocks and debris, but you see none. Somewhere in front of you, trees suddenly fall under the shaking ground, and something rises from the forest. Something colossal.
This time,
Dire friend.
yeah. This time, the Tarask actually is a Tarask, not a dog.
What would be the formation that you guys would have been?
Oh no.
Evelyn's probably riding the broom just like next to Red.
Hux would probably be at the
Where would
probably
that
be at the front.
Feel free to arrange
Since I'm like the
yourself
guide.
what you-
I feel like I'm creating a bond with Tifu, so I'm probably right next to him talking when this happens.
The
What
the
direction
goblins
are we
generally keep to the back.
Yeah, which
so-
are we? We must be walking.
I assume it is.
Yeah, that makes sense. Huxley's got to leave.
Boy.
Oh man.
The beast.
Well, now I've seen something about CR8.
What is on its neck?
So, very important, can I ride this thing? Can I put my thing on top of it? No.
Okay.
Sad.
You see it rise from the ground where it's apparently been laying, as the trees just crack under its weight as it stands upright, reaching all the way past the canopy above you. Everyone please roll initiative.
Why do I always roll so low on initiative?
Because you have to keep up the same order every time.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Oh, not last.
Well, Soleil, you are first.
Evelyn's slow going today.
TV, is this the friend you've been talking about?
Cradler, we should hide. Try to find a way around it, maybe turn back.
Alright, let's try and get behind it. 10,
Wait, can you talk to it?
20, 30.
How is it
Do
your
you use
friend
stealth
Yes, I do.
today?
Yes. So 21.
Hmm?
And I guess I'm gonna cast because
As you dip into the forest, keeping low to the ground. Doesn't seem to turn. It doesn't seem to have noticed you.
yeah, I guess I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals just to see if I can get something. I don't want to talk to it. I just want to hear if it says something to itself that might be helpful. And that's
Because
my
speak with
turn.
animals. And you
Mhm.
wait for the next growl. But all you hear is
Not the bees.
its voice does not seem to translate. No, it is actually the goblin. Ooh. Urg fucking vanishes into the You see Big Blab still pulling the hammer behind him. Also attempt to run the same way, though not quite as stealthy. It's almost like his hammer is like drawing a long furrow right behind him. Tifi, on the other hand, as you would have expected, vanishes without a trace. And it is Red's turn.
I'm gonna move just a little bit. Stealthily if I can.
Roll me stealth.
Nope, that's no.
Oh no.
That's 11, you know.
That's fine.
And then I am going to cast Aid at 5th level. For you three. So you all get 20 hit points
Oh.
added to your maximum. Because Red doesn't think there's a chance in hell with our rec that this thing isn't coming after him. But you know, I mean, and I can continue just a little bit more stealthily. And by stealthily, I mean
Much like Big Blab, as you move through the underbrush, there is still the snapping of branches as you hurriedly move. You're not exactly silent. Huxley.
Uh-huh. So we're just sneaking behind it. Right. I guess I'll just sneak. Nothing else I can really do.
Which way do you sneak?
Well, I guess the same direction as everyone. Yeah. Can I assume I can dash and sneak. Okay.
You are, if you dash while sneaking, you roll a separate stealth roll for your sneak. For your dash, I mean.
Right. I guess I'll do dash. That's my speed. Okay. So the first one is a 9.
We're so stealthy.
And the second one is a 12.
Is that your turn?
Yep.
Evelyn.
The goblins. What was it exactly that they said? I had a hard time hearing over the music for a second. They said sneak behind it, or
Well, he said that you should hide, or find a way around it, or run back. It's not exactly a clear plan they've had.
Can I hold my movement? I'm a little concerned by the noise caused by my companions as they were trying to sneak away. So can I...
what are you moving, like holding your movement for?
So I want to see if they've drawn the attention of this guy. And if he starts moving towards them, like aggressively, I want to fly up and away a different direction to try and, on the broom, to try and draw the attention away from them.
The attention away from them?
From
Okay.
from my friends, yes. So I'm trying to see if they've been quiet enough or if they've gained attention, and if they have, then I'm going to try and loudly move away.
Well,
From
as
them.
all of this happens simultaneously, as the goblins and Hux and Soleil and Red scatter to the right, there's quite a bit of noise. There's a swarm of birds that erupts into the sky, and you just hear the whoomp, whoomp, as the creature turns, rising up, and it just screams this roar. Quickly see. Creatures within 300 feet. I'm pretty sure that's pretty much everyone. Can you guys give me a DC 22 Constitution saving throw?
22, he said.
I don't even know if that's possible.
Oh, I actually succeeded. with a 24.
Oh no.
I have a natural 20.
Ooh!
To a 26.
My dice disappeared.
Counter my natural 1 on initiative.
Where did it go?
I rolled onto your table.
Uh-oh. What's happening?
Huh?
Okay.
This is way too many dice.
It disappeared.
Well, that is a fail.
What's
Yeah,
wrong?
fail for me.
Holy shit.
As the roar echoes out, the ground shakes. The walls shake. Some of the closest trees nearby to the creature fall. As everyone who failed this dex save
Wait,
takes
Connor Dex.
73 thunder damage.
Excuse me.
Oh, it's a
It was
dex
a
save.
con?
Okay, one I
Yeah.
then got a...
Con save, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say you said con save, but yeah.
Yes.
I'm unconscious.
What?
I'm not moving then.
You see Red just fall right in front of you.
That was my hit point.
Exactly
if
your
you
hit
save?
points. Okay.
If you saved, you take no damage.
Okay.
Oh boy. Did Huck save?
Nope.
Oh,
But I'm still up.
that's good at least.
That was just half my hit points, you know, it's fine.
You said 73, right?
Yeah. Should be giving yourself
Just from a fucking growl.
He would never.
Soleil. It's your turn. But, Evelyn, before then, does that trigger your...
I'm not.
movement?
If Rhett went down, I'm not going to move. If anything, I would have flown to him, but I said I was going to do something different, so I'll wait until my
Yeah,
next.
I mean, clearly you've drawn the attention.
Yeah, but I
But
don't want
at
to
the
just.
same time, this just shattering thunder echoing through the canyon. You see Red just knocked clean out.
Okay. Guess it's my turn then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Soleil's just gonna grab one of his healing potions, basically shoves it into Red's mouth, who fell down right next to him. The last healing potion I have, normal healing potion. That's 2d4, right? That's 5 plus 2. Yeah, so 7 hit points for you. Red, get it together, we need to get out of here! Quickly!
Loud.
And I'm gonna use my movement to 10, 20, 30 feet move over here. I guess making him drink the potion was not a minor action, but an action, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You still try to be stealthy.
Yeah.
And please roll me a stealth roll.
Yeah, 25.
Okay.
That's my turn.
And Orc moves. begins climbing. You see Big Black also rush forward. Ooh!
Natural 20.
For once, you see him take the hammer in both hands, lift it over the shoulder, and just run. For once, he doesn't seem to be making much noise, unlike he usually does. Red. You're not quite sure what just happened, but you're up. And the thing is looming over you. You see the shadow just reach over the trees. You're not directly in its line of sight. It's not looking directly at you, but it knows you are in the area.
Okay, here's the question. Is the distance to it to the edge of its beak or to like its base feet?
Like, where is it on
Yeah.
a square?
Well, I mean, it's pretty much exactly how it's on the map. Its closest to you would be the head, which is still like 30 something feet up, but it starts pretty much there.
So you can kind of reference its shadow.
Yes.
Mhm.
As its hitbox, that would be its actual size. Too big to just confine to a square.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I think we're trying to check range on things.
Mhm.
Like, where do you have to target?
Exactly, yeah. Oh, so I looked. You know, it's worth a try. Go. You just a big lizard frog thing. Go. I'm gonna cast polymorph on it and change it into a giant frog.
You change this into what?
A giant frog.
Okay, let's see.
We're not a tiny frog.
It's a wisdom save. Cause it's in the air and might take fall damage.
Oh.
Wisdom
Feet are on
save.
the ground.
+9 and advantage. That's a 20 not nat and a 19 not nat.
Yeah. But now I know.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
It was 100% worth a try.
It was worth a try. Yeah, I'm that's all I can.
Huxley.
Save me, Soler!
You actually scream.
Do you scream? It's stealthy right now.
Well, okay, maybe I don't know where you are. I'm just still like, save me, okay.
Okay, so you're definitely not stealthing red, is that correct?
I feel like it heard me cast a spell. Yeah, I don't think I'm stealth.
Okay.
The man just got flung over by a thunder wave. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Huxley.
Understandable.
Okay. So I assume it's. One second. It's larger than. If I was huge, could I?
This thing is
restrain it?
gargantuan.
Yeah.
And if it's like you can grapple one beyond your size, probably not this
Yeah,
thing.
that was the
still.
question. Okay.
You
Yeah,
like hugging its toes.
You could like grab onto it, but I don't know how much you would actually like restrain it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, like the pictures of like an adult walking around with a kid like hanging on their foot.
That's pretty, yeah, pretty much.
What I'm picturing.
Okay, I
Hey,
will.
Reds, would you count yourself as afraid?
Yeah.
Okay. No reason why I'm asking that question.
Um, I don't think I moved toward.
I will yell, since we're not stealthing anymore, to Evelyn. Get the others on the broom and fly up there. I'll distract it. And then I will cast. I will take, like again, rummage my pockets, find a firefly that was in there somewhere, and swallow it as I cast fire shield on myself. At least I think of fireflies. It's a component for that.
Casual fireflies in pocket.
Yeah, it's fire. So I cast fire shield on myself, and then I'm gonna wild shape into something. I am not quite sure why yet, but let's use. Let's use this, I guess.
Tiger.
Mm-hmm.
Coincidentally, do you have a stat block for giant rocks? Or would that be just one I can look up?
Like a rock? You could just look up the standard.
Okay.
And I will move.
I would count it as a natural one creature. A rock specifically.
I move to there or there, depending if I have 30 or 40 movement.
I mean, how much movement do you have? What do you mean?
Just I don't know what I'm gonna turn into, so depending on that.
Well, you better decide quick, but it is Evelyn's turn.
Yes.
Not what I was planning on doing, but sure. I will fly 50. I want to action dash and just get next to Rex. I don't think he can use his. I think I have to wait for his turn for him to get on the broom. But I will wait.
You could, with your action, attempt to pull me on, I think.
I have to use an action dash to get 5 feet closer to you.
What?
I don't think I was within 50.
Yeah,
It's here.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I was like, you were 55 feet away from me.
Got it.
So, I use my action to dash to get next to you. So I think that's my turn. I'll be like, alright, Rhett, on the broom, now. That's it.
Okay. So, Huxley. You wild shape. You grow large. You reach just over the canopy.
I actually changed it. Just
And you... It sees. Let me quickly see. Not the angle for this one.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Ignoring its fear sense, which actually pinpoints red to it in within 300 feet, it slams its tail into the ground with another, sending trees flying. Please make me a dex save.
Let's see. Okay. This is an effect that I can see, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
It's like
yeah.
a Dark Souls boss, you see the wind up of its tail before it hits the ground.
Oh, that one. Nope. Ah! My computer is not happy. I'll just roll twice. Okay, so 15 or... Come on. Yeah, 15.
15 does not. You take 40 points of bludgeoning damage as this barrage of trees just basically almost flattens this entire part of the forest. And the outer cap just
Gone.
immediately
No!
crushed.
Pew!
Yeah.
I guess this is not triggering the fire shield.
What the text of fire shield?
In addition, whenever a creature within 5 feet of you hits you with a melee attack, the shield
it would
erupts
not
with
be a
flame.
melee attack. This
Yeah.
is a ranged attack.
Damn it. I'm still in wild shape.
It begins slowly stepping forward towards you. It doesn't even seem like it's hunting, as it slowly just vroom, vroom, begins stepping forward. And Soleil, your turn.
This went from let's sneak out of here to everything is fucked up real quick again.
You failed the deck, like the stealth saves so fast. This is the part where I was like, I don't know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, and Soleil is just considering his life choices. Now that, I mean, he probably doesn't even see what happens to Bew far in the back and just...
Probably not. There's chaos.
Yeah, I
on
guess
the
he's
ground.
just running then and is just wondering if Hux is like kinda suicidal here.
Probably.
The fuck are you doing? And just, as he runs and dashes. 10,
For
20,
this turn, I would say
30.
you automatically get stealth as a success, because there's just, trees breaking into trees, dust, pieces of shattered wood flying everywhere. In that chaos, it's easy enough.
So
to
I
sneak
dashed
away
there.
by just running.
And I'm gonna use my feline agility to just do another 60 feet.
So each of these cliffs would be
Oh.
quite a fair bit up. So you would begin climbing?
Yeah, I mean I have a climbing speed, but it doesn't matter. Probably you have to tell me how quick I can get
How
up
much do you have
there.
left in movement?
I mean, I have from where I am here 60 feet from my
Okay.
thing.
So you easily get about here.
Cool. Yeah, and that's
Which
my
means right now
turn.
you are also 40 to 50 feet up.
yeah, that's good. Like now that I'm 40 to 50 feet up, and I look behind my shoulder a little bit, just a very very guess. How big is that thing? From where I am, maybe I can like guess how big it is.
About 40 to 50 feet high.
Okay.
About how long is that? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, probably around 100 feet long.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Probably like 40 or 50 feet wide.
Yeah.
it's
After
like
that quick glance behind me, like I just want to climb even faster.
You see just underneath it this worm reaching out of the chaos and the dust. Still there.
Yeah, that's my turn. By the way, did it say anything from my animal language
You
thingy?
just hear
No.
the growls and the
Okay.
roar. It's not a beast.
Okay. Cool. Did I hear anything from Bew when it happened? I guess I didn't. It was just...
Not amongst the sound of crashing
Yeah,
trees.
okay. I'm just climbing for my life right now, and that's it.
Goblins are running. Red.
Get the. You still have your teleport gadget thing?
Yes.
Huxley's gonna need to get out.
I'm taking care of Huxley after we get you out of here.
I'm gone. Dimension door.
Oh. Jeez.
Nice.
It's 500 feet, so I'm out.
Well then.
Okay.
I was gonna die next round if I was like, listen,
Oh, no, that's fine. Makes sense.
I can come back if I have.
Huxley.
So like, technically I would go up, but I don't know. I'm trying to see.
Can I use a bonus action as an action?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, I will rage as an action first.
Okay.
Which means that I get to roll wild search.
I forgot. Could I give Evelyn inspiration as a?
If you can do both that and
It's
the
a
dimension
bonus
bonus, yes.
action. Yeah.
If I could pass
Sure.
Kieran off to you,
I mean, you could.
that's what I was going to try and do.
Okay, until my rage ends, I'm protected by multicolored protective lights and gain a +1 to my AC. Again. I guess not multicolored lights, but more like weirdly,
Yeah. I mean,
thickly colored lights. And then as my bonus action, I will use my combat wild shape and expend a 4th level spell slot to heal myself for 4d8.
okay.
Yeah.
Evelyn,
Glancing over, how is everybody doing with climbing the wall?
You don't see the goblins. You see Soleil high up, and you see just faintly where Red has gone, probably like 60 feet up, and Dimension dawned right onto the side of the cliff.
Okay. Then I'm going to use my action to cast Arcane Ablation at 3rd level on myself. And then I'm going to move. Right over here, I think. Right here, and I can't really hide, I don't think.
You can get behind full cover.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna kind of try and be behind the trees and stay out of the way for a moment while Huxley does Huxley.
I kind of have bad news for Huxley doing Huxley. Well, it's gonna make 3 attacks against you. Well, 4 actually. 3 bite attacks. Let's actually see. Let's roll them one after the other. What is your AC to be?
It is 10 plus 6 plus con, so 30, 14.
14?
Yeah.
Yeah, literally cannot miss.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna roll if any of
I
them
can't give you
be
my
nat ones,
item
but-
when you don't have hands to use it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So, the first bite attack. Is 37.
37. Okay, that
It's
gets
piercing
halved
damage.
to 15. 18?
In your favor.
17. Okay.
I think
And
18 was
it-
already in your favor,
Well, I guess I
but
can roll
it's
the
fine.
damage at the end.
And then 40 piercing damage. And another 42 piercing damage.
Okay, wait. So 40, that's gonna reduce me to 6, and then 42 is half to 21. Minus 6 is 15. Okay.
It would make another tail strike, but if you lose your wild shape, it is actually not going to, since to its eyes you would vanish beneath the trees.
Yeah, that reduces storage. It will take, it hit me 3 times, so...
3 times, doesn't it?
No, it did 37, 40, and 41.
Oh, okay.
Oh, 42. So it takes 68 fire damage.
You see it chomp down, even as the flames erupt around its mouth, it bites again and again. On the 3rd bite, you vanish and drop out beneath the canopy of trees.
It's gonna take
As
31
its mouth just
fire
clamps
damage.
shut above you. Further forward.
Not like that.
You hear just growling and sniffing. Soleil.
Yeah, climbing
You're
and
going,
climbing.
Soleil. Where do you climb?
Just further up.
Okay, just for now.
Yeah.
Just the 30.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 80 feet above ground.
Also remember the time you compared this to a Dark Souls boss? Dark Souls is a fucking vocation to this, okay?
We haven't gotten one hit yet.
I mean, Red did! Just from screaming. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna dash as far up as I can.
Okay. You can probably make it about 20 feet higher before the slope grows too steep.
Yeah, then I make my way back to the side.
Mm-hmm. What's your passive perception, by the way?
My passive perception is a 16.
Oh, so high!
That's okay. Wasn't there like someone with a passive perception of like 20 in one of the campaigns we've played, Beggar? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Was Law's character?
As you are so high up above the canopy of trees,
Mm-hmm.
as you run along, you notice out of the corner of your eyes movement far above you.
Oh. I'm gonna look up then.
Roll me a perception roll.
Stupid bird. Probably. Nice.
25.
You notice that the few animals you can see, birds, bats, and insects, all of them fleeing the destruction happening in the canyon. None of them are as high as you are. Even the birds seem to fly not much further than the Craggler's height. Without the light of a white crack in the ceiling illuminating it, you wouldn't have seen it at all. The creature still several miles up, hanging along a cluster of some of the larger stalactites on the ceiling. Around them, despite their exposure to the light, the bright ray of sun breaking through the rock seems to darken. You see them stretching their giant wings as they climb along the spires of stone that protrude from the ceiling. Were it not for their arms and legs in addition to their wings, and the fact that they have to be similarly gigantic to be seen so far away, you might have thought them to be crows. Whenever two or more of them come into proximity of one another, the shadows condense so far you see nothing but a fleck of dark shadow, even in places where they should be directly exposed to the light of the sun. And because you rolled so high, I'm gonna show you what it looks like.
Oh, sexy.
No.
Hell no.
Oh my.
Hey, 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 hey. I feel like we are like the protagonists in like some kind of bad Jurassic World ripoff movie. We keep just running from one huge thing to another.
Red.
Is it a healing potion? It's a bonus action for yourself?
Yes.
So I take a healing potion and a cast cure wounds on this.
Can you also give me a perception?
Sure. Ooh, 20. 32.
You too see the creatures along the ceiling. Just as you, knock back that potion, as your eyes go up, you see movement. And you see what Soleil sees. Is that all you do this time?
Yeah, that's all I can do. I guess I could go prone at the edge of the cliff. That's it.
Huxley.
I will run.
Do you try to stealth while you run?
Can't take my token. I guess so, but I will dash as well to get to Evelyn.
Then please give me 2 stealth rolls.
Oh, first one's a dirty 20,
Nice.
and the second one is an 8.
An 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
An 8, you say?
And I guess as I come closer to Evelyn, I'll just forget that I want to be quiet, so I scream like, is the broom ready?
Yep, right here.
Can it carry us both?
Yep.
I hop onto the broom. Just gonna hold on to Evelyn.
Evelyn.
Um. I'm concerned about how fast this thing can go. We're just gonna go. I can't see anybody currently this way over here, right?
Nope.
Okay, then I'm going to initially. I don't want to draw attention to everybody else running along, wherever they might be. So I'm gonna go 15, 20, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Kind of initially staying low to the ground, and I'm also going to turn around and grab hold of Huxley's arm and cast another 3rd level arcane ablation as these small little mechanical machine kind of creature spider looking things start crawling over and start stitching you up a bit. You initially have 6 hit points, and then it'll do the whole. You lose those, you get back 5. You lose those, you get back 4.
Right, it's temporary hit point.
Yes, it's temporary hit points. So you're starting with 6. If you lose the 6, you get back 5. If you lose the 5, you get back 4.
Whoa.
Until it goes down to none. Right. Let's just get out of here quickly. Try not to draw attention to the others.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's my turn.
I look like behind myself, me towards you, and like a single tear just rolls down my face. He didn't make it.
You hear and just as it steps forward.
Oh no.
You see
Don't do it!
everyone who is watching as it reaches down and just flings the body of you upward, lifelessly spinning through the air. It opens its mouth and clamps down as it falls in. And the spew is just gone.
Deal with the sorrow later. Trying to keep a good straight face and say that. Like, as she glances to, like, the teary-eyed Huxley.
He was like a son to me.
Be strong for now. Don't let his sacrifice be for naught.
Yeah, of course.
We'll mourn later.
Soleil.
You were such a good girl or boy. But yeah, now that I've seen those creepy things at the ceiling here, I'm gonna use all the cover I can get from like bushes and trees as I move further, forward.
As you move forward, all of a sudden, Tifi appears right in front of you, holding up a hand.
Wait.
What?
You see him look over, look down, you see the two goblins still running. He holds up his finger again to his mouth.
Quiet.
And he appears to be stopping you. He does not move out of the way.
Okay, I guess I stop right in front of him and expectedly just look at him. And I guess as my action I hold a dash in case he says it's good to go again or something.
Red.
I'm kind of confused why Evelyn hasn't appeared somewhere near me. I thought she would Dimension Door too. But I can't actually see her from my current line of sight, so I'm just gonna heal my... And yeah, that'll be my turn.
Huxley.
I mean, there's not a lot I can do, so I'll just end my rage, because it would go down anyways, and cling onto Evelyn. Suddenly get very excited about flying on a broom. It's pretty cool.
Not sure how far away everyone is at this point in time, especially positioning, so I'm going to fly 5, 10, 20, close to the rock wall, 20 feet, and then kind of 30 feet up, but staying to the rock wall to try and blend in and not draw as much attention as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And if it doesn't look like the dino is initially like glancing at all this way, then I'm gonna go ahead and dash to go.
At the moment you see it just nose towards the ground, look around, possibly searching for Huxley
Yeah.
and sniffing the air.
And I'm not really using an action to do so, but I'm kind of trying to keep an eye as I'm flying to make sure there's nobody else here that's left behind. Like, Soleil is not still here, or anything like that. And
How high are you flying again?
like 30 feet up. I know that,
Above
kind of
the
glancing up
cliff?
and down. Not above the cliff, just 30 feet up from the ground, along the
Okay.
side of the cliff. Because I think it was like, what, 60 higher, 80?
At this point, it's like 50 high. Soleil
Okay.
currently is
Yeah. Mostly just
80
trying
feet
to
high.
say, as we're moving,
Actually,
trying to make
he's
sure I'm
almost
not leaving
100 feet
somebody
high.
behind.
Yeah, you
as
fly
much as
alongside the lower part of the cliff, and so far you don't see anything.
Okay. That's my turn. Okay, this stupid, horrible, natural freaking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's fine.
Oh god.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
You hear just the whoomph, whoomph, as after sniffing through the air, it cranes its head directly towards you and hugs and starts stomping towards you. Soleil, it's your turn. You definitely see all of this happen from high above.
TV, are you sure you
Fifi
don't want to
is
move?
Still in the way, watching Cradler beneath you. And you see Evelyn skirting alongside the rocks on the broom, Huxley on the back. As you see Cragler just turn its head towards them and stomp towards them.
What is your plan here, TV?
Wait,
For what?
you'll see.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna just hold my action to dash in case something is attacking me.
Are the goblins double crossing us right now? What's going on?
Fifi turns his head towards you. And then he shouts,
Hey!
and you see the Cragler turn towards you. As Fifi vanishes.
This freaking goblin.
Oh my god.
You trigger your held action.
Mm-hmm. Guess I'm gonna even though it looks over here right now, I'm trying to like move into the bushes and try to kind of shake its gaze somehow off the dash.
As you run along just the height, you see its eyes follow you. Red.
Do I see this thing? Like, can I see Soleil somewhere up high?
You would not be able to. You are about 60 feet high. This is happening like 20 feet further off the
Oh.
map. Further up as well. You probably would have heard the shot though.
Hmm. I think. In preparation for next turn, I may see something I need to do. I'm going to cast Fly on myself. And then, like, slowly, stealthily slink down one level to try to get a better view.
Don't forget Kieran.
Yes, he's. Do I spot the goblin?
You see the goblins below you running. At this height, you'd also have no problem seeing Evelyn really close to the creature flying alongside the cliff.
I grab Kieran because I know she can hear me sometimes. Just a mention Dorablet, you stupid. Tell her, Kieran. That's it.
Hux, are you doing anything on your own?
How far away are the feet of the creature from me? I
The
assume
feet?
more than 60 feet.
It's like
30
30
feet
feet
up.
down, and then 10, 20, definitely more than 60.
But its face is closer than 60.
Yeah, about. Easily, like, you're almost at eye height with it, so if we go straight, 10, 20, it's definitely within 60.
Would it, like, it's pretty large. Would its head be considered ground? Because I could, like, stand on there, right? So it should
For
be
what?
considered ground.
For what purpose?
Excuse you?
So
For
I can,
what purpose?
so I can cast Create Bonfire on its nose. to like distract it.
You can try.
Oh.
I guess I'll try because other than like throwing something, there's nothing else I can do. No, I do have javelins, but yeah, I'll try.
Amazing. Create bonfire.
What's the save for them?
Dex save. DC 14. But it's more just so it's distracted by its nose being on fire. Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, it's gonna use one of its legendary resistances.
Oh no. Oh, okay.
And you see it rise up again.
Oh no.
You see it take a deep breath as upon using one of its legendary resistances, it gets to repeat its shattering roar.
It's a
That's
con
not
save, right?
fair.
It's a con save.
No, it's everyone again. We got 300 feet, right? Oh, how far did it reach? Nice
Nat
try.
20!
Yeah, I do fail this time.
I'm sorry.
I'll just assume I'm within 3 out. I can't get.
Oh no.
Actually, I just realized something. Did you fail the first one, Alon?
No.
Okay.
Or do I get like a for the next 24 hours, like protection
No,
from
not
it.
exactly.
Sadness.
I failed the first.
Well then, Red, you're actually deaf right now.
Oh,
You're deaf for a minute, so you wouldn't be affected by this at all.
thank goodness, because I'd definitely be dead.
I also failed, but I can't be deafened.
Oh, well then you can hear it, but you also
You can hear it every time then. That's terrible, actually.
Evelyn.
Yeah, I failed.
Oh no, what about that?
It's fine, you just killed the party.
It's a 52 thunder damage.
Okay.
Are you still up?
Yeah.
And of course, Soleil, you also take the 52 thunder damage.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I'm sorry.
I guess I'm deaf now.
Oh, so we're
Evelyn.
deafened now. Frick. I'm deafened?
Oh yeah, both of you are deafened for 1 minute.
Would we okay, so I knew Soleil was going there. Is the dude still looking over towards Soleil, or is he looking... Okay.
The fire just sort of appeared on its nose. You saw it shake its head and then just scream. Roar.
Right. I'm going to fly up another 30 feet. Let me make sure I can do what I'm trying to do here real quick. Okay. And would this be like, would I still be able to see roughly over all the way over to here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna fly up to one of the ledges, so it should be about 60 feet. How tall is this dude again?
Around 30 to 40.
I'm gonna go up 40 feet, so I'm like...
Oh, I mean, at this point here, you are like 50 feet off the ground.
Yeah, okay, so... I'm gonna hop off the broom, look to Huxley, just kind of like being like, Huxley, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Huxley? Huxley?
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I'm
I can
deaf.
hear you.
Right,
Oh.
okay. If you can take the broom, find out who's over there causing noise, get them out of here. I can get out of here in a split second. Just go help them. I'll cause a brief distraction here in a moment.
You sure?
And now you have the broom.
Oh shit. Okay. Wait, who am I gonna get?
Whoever's causing the disturbance over there that's pulling the attention, get them out of there.
Okay.
And that was movement. Jump up.
Is that your turn?
Right, no, sorry. As my action, right over down the cliff, like here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to cast Shatter.
Mm-hmm.
mostly just causing a sudden, loud, ringing noise, painfully intense, erupts from a point of choice of your range. So, like right here. Does it look like the dude's looking over here at all? You're distracted by it? That's fine. That's all I can do for my turn, anyways.
You hear this shattering noise. But
Dang it!
the Praggler does not seem to be in as much time. Storms instead forward. Its hands, its clawed hands, beginning to hook onto the side of the cliff. It begins reaching up, so its mouth closer and closer to Soleil. And Soleil,
Mm-hmm.
you hear something behind you.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
As when you turn around, you just see Keith with both his feet kick you.
Oof.
And give me a strength save, please.
Strength save. How about a natural 20? +4.
Got it. No, you.
You stagger backwards, but regain your footing. As you suddenly feel eclipsed by a shadow. As you feel the hot, feral breath behind you.
Motherfucker.
And then suddenly you're gone.
Gone. Gone where? Gone.
Just gone, it seems.
Huh? You hear the mouth above the cliff, Evelyn, snap shut. And the Craggler slides back down. You hear the crumble of the rock beneath him as he does so. And lands back on the ground.
We see him going for Soleil.
You saw him going for something.
We
but it was
couldn't see
too
what.
high up
We
for you to see.
couldn't see if he got it. Okay.
So, Red.
I don't even. I can't see what's going on above me. I can't see what's going on over there.
Sorry.
Stupid goblins are just taking off. And I'm like, why didn't they bleed? guess I'm gonna fly upward to try to get a vision. I don't really want to get too much closer. Once I get like up 20 feet, can I see what's going on over there?
You do what?
I fly like up the cliff, trying to stay
Alongside the cliff or straight up where you were?
close, alongside the cliff, trying to stay like close and not drawing attention to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Can I see anything over there?
Nope. It's clearly bit at something, but
Mhm.
it's currently, sort of sliding back down. There's a bunch of rubble underneath it as this miniature rock avalanche just comes down around it. You see beyond it Evelyn and Hux, but no one else.
I haven't heard anything, so I'm gonna guess that it wasn't Soleil because I know Soleil to be very stealthy. Yeah, I don't have anything to do. I'll heal and I guess I'm done. I don't. freaking know.
Sorry.
I mean, I'm deaf. I didn't like hear teeth or anything.
No,
so-
I know.
Yeah, that's it.
For 1 minute we were deafened, by the way. Is that correct?
Yes. Is that all of your turn?
I like land and go prone to hide.
Okay.
in the cliff.
Hux.
Yeah, it's-
I misunderstood my ability. The way I wrote it down was really confusing. So I am actually deafened from the first time.
Oh.
Well, you succeeded second time anyways. So.
Yeah. Just so I'm right now I'm deafened. So, but I guess we didn't see Chalet. We just saw the creature.
You never
like-
saw Soleil after he left
Yeah.
into the
You
forest.
knew that there was a sound that went off over here. That was like a hey that drew the attention of the creature, and then it climbed up the wall and chomped.
You knew that. Huxley didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, this gets weird retconning. Were you deafened when I told you what to do?
I mean, we're technically both deafened, so we can communicate with.
Yeah, I probably would have gestured like, go look, go fly, I'll be good, kind of a thing. Like,
Sure.
I'll like wave off one of my dimension door things to be like, yeah, I'm fine.
As my bonus action before I fly away, I will cast Healing Word on Evelyn though. Because that's what I want to do anyways. At third
Remember,
level.
if you... Oh, you didn't take any damage, you're fine.
Yeah. So
I can't hear.
Do you have to hear it?
I
Or
think
do I
so,
just
yeah.
have to say it?
I have to be able to hear, I think, for healing word.
Mhm.
Am I wrong?
I don't think so. A creature of your choice that you can see within range
Oh,
regains
never mind.
hit points.
It's just
And I can
silent.
still do the verbal component even if I'm
Yep.
deaf, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, you're good.
So you regain 9 hit points.
Nice.
And then I'm gonna fly away. 10, 20. I guess to like,
50 is the movement speed of the room.
yeah. It's like there. $50 feet. Like staying very low to the ground and just trying to see anyone who could have gotten its attention. Or any blood. I don't know. Or like fur.
You give me a perception roll.
That is a 9.
You see a spot where just a chunk of cliff is missing. You see no indication of what was there.
I don't want to be right in front of it, so I will dash, not seeing anyone. To here. Yeah, I guess that's my turn. Or actually, which of the goblins was it that had a magic thing that I felt?
Tiffy?
Tiffy, yeah.
Knowing that Chalet also has magic items, I think I'll instead use my action to use magic awareness.
You see nothing.
Okay. No spell or magic item within 60 feet of me.
Nope.
Okay, well that's my turn then.
You're dangerously close.
Mm-hmm.
Evelyn.
I'm gonna shoot a firebolt at its head.
Okay, roll to hit.
And shatter didn't work. Oh, that was... I can't click on things, apparently. My screen staggered. I don't know if it rolled or not.
You can roll again if there was a lag.
It was lag and then I couldn't see. Well, probably not. It's a 12.
That does not hit.
It's too big to hit.
Well, it probably does hit, but
I know.
sort of
Okay.
it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah. That's fair. I think that's all I can do. Yeah.
How far are you above it, Huxley?
I don't know, I would have kind of stayed probably on the same... Or how far above is Evelyn? Or were we...
I think we were
Well,
a
Evelyn was only 60 feet high.
60 feet up.
Where Soleil was, however, was about another 40 feet high.
You might
Yeah.
be able to go higher because you would see where that chomp mark was.
Yeah, how high is the chomp mark?
Yeah, about 100 feet high in total.
I guess I would have flown above it.
I don't know if you would have that movement.
Right.
Because you'd have to go 50 feet up. And then 50
You didn't-
across.
Yeah, if you...
I guess. Right.
You'd only been able to get like 10, 15. You didn't use a bonus action, right? To dash?
I
You were just-
used healing word.
I'm sorry, you didn't use action. You used action for something else, right? Not movement?
Yeah.
So I think we're only back here, technically, even if you went.
Yeah, I think I put myself in the wrong spot when I moved myself back. Well, that's 40. So, like, here.
Yeah.
I think. And it gets
Unless
to
you
there
went
and
upward.
then as high up as I could have. I don't know if I could.
You'd have to go back if you were also going up.
Right. In that case, just on the same level. So I'm underneath the chomp, I guess.
I don't like this creature.
Nope. Nope.
I'm trying to do all sorts of things to get its attention, and it doesn't care. It's rude. All my friends are getting chomped on.
I didn't even do anything and got its attention.
I know.
Huxley!
Don't get me! Don't get me!
No.
You see it looking at you, taking a few steps back. It reaches its hand towards the ground and bites down, pulling a rock from the ground. It holds it in its mouth for a moment, looking at you, and then turns sideways and just throws it in your direction.
Excuse me.
That's a 25 to hit.
Please.
Mm-hmm.
Does that hit?
No, no, it doesn't hit. No.
That's 45 bludgeoning damage.
Not raging. So.
Also, could you give me a DC 25 strength saving throw?
If you get back 5.
Yeah. Yeah. 9. 1 second. Strength save. Stupid creature. Come on. That's a 19.
You are pinned by the rock. You are prone and restrained.
I can't be restrained. I have the ring of free movement.
Right. Well, you are prone and pinned by the rock, but it doesn't really take you anything to get out.
It's slippery.
Okay. It's fine. And I guess I fall off the broom, or do I still have it like in my hand?
You're kind of squashed against the wall with it.
Okay.
So, Red?
I'm just mad. They're just doing shenanigans over there.
Fair.
I'm pretty sure Huxley's definitely gonna get eaten. I would like to start shooting. Yeah, I just take 2 shots.
Okay. I can't believe you haven't gotten out of it.
One is a 16 plus 7 is
That hits.
okay. Wait, what's the base damage on that? I forgot what you said it was.
It's in the homebrew.
I'm like, it's a D. Still, not bad. Not though. 6 damage.
Okay.
And then I fly straight out into the air as I'm shooting and just start flying this way.
You fly out into the open or along the cliff?
Out into like the open, downward. So I'm like,
my
I don't know,
God.
40 feet off the air.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But also like away from it.
Okay.
Listen, I don't know, freaking.
Yeah. Huxley, what do you do?
Yeah, so for all I know, Chalet is hiding somewhere. I haven't seen him in like since combat started. Evelyn told me to just go. That she'll be fine. I can't see anyone, and I don't want to get hit by another rock. So I'll just dash away. I guess before I dash, I'll look again if I can see anyone. Or while I dash, I guess, like...
Well, you see a red flying through the air shooting his guns.
Which sounds like a cool scene, by the way.
Yeah, like,
How does
here.
red fly again?
I cast fly myself.
Oh.
I don't usually use fly because
Yeah,
Yeah, the
because broom, yeah. That's why I was
Like, when you
confused.
throw your broom.
And I try to just stay, like, to this, like, really close to this ground.
Mm-hmm.
Like, fly really close above the ground to not be as much of a target.
Evelyn.
I'm gonna try and shoot
Oh.
the stupid thing. Oh, go ahead.
I will raid as a bonus action again. just in case.
Have a good call.
It won't do much, I guess, but, you know.
I'm
So you see red shooting at it, and now you're shooting at it.
Yeah.
we're gonna kill it. Listen,
Wait. Is
I'm
Actually, I have
confident.
one question as well. How do the explosives work that we have? Like, is it an action to throw them at stuff and then it explodes or something?
Nope. They have to take a certain level of damage to explode.
Right.
I think it's...
You need a trigger.
Right, so it's
unless
more
you
a kind
rig
of
them
the kind.
as a grenade.
Yeah, it's more the kind of an explosive that you place somewhere and then you go away and then you shoot it. Okay. Good to know.
I'm trying to figure out if this guy's within 80 feet of me.
Probably just, yeah.
Okay. Then I'm gonna try and shoot him twice with my crossbow.
I'm the diversion. No, I'm the.
No, I'm the diversion.
It's like you're fighting over who gets to die.
The first attack is a
Do it like Soleil and just vanish.
21.
Yeah,
The
let's all
second
just do that.
attack is a dirty 20. Would both hit?
Yeah.
Okay. That's 25 between both. Some is fire and some is piercing. Do you need it broken up?
Nope.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna step back as fast as I can. That's my turn.
Okay. The order of things. First, what happens as it turns towards you, Red, as you go flying out in the open, you hear a shrieking caw above you.
Sure.
I don't.
He's dead.
Well, you don't, but well, you kind of still hear it, even definite, like, you know,
Oh no.
it's really loud.
No. No!
It's a dive.
Then Evelyn begins to fire. And does 25 damage, which means
It's dead?
it turns around.
Killed, yes!
1000 extra XP for Evelyn. For the killing blow.
With two heavy stomps, it moves towards you. You see its mouth open and rush towards you. Give me a dex save, please.
A failure, I'm sure, on every level that is a 7.
Actually, hold on. This would be like. You take 12 piercing damage
Okay.
as there's just this explosion of rock right next to you. As you see the giant creature rip a piece of this wall out of it and then just huck it sideways. Red, you see a shadow suddenly eclipse you. As you look up, you see just feathers, eyes, and a gigantic toothed beak as a deep crow begins to drop down on you. And just as it's about to reach you, it is suddenly gone.
Left off.
It's
You
gone.
feel the rush of air as it flies sideways, rock in its side, and crashes somewhere further down into the canyon. You hear the thundering of footsteps as the Craglow begins a trampling charge towards the fallen deep crow. What do you do, Red?
So I'm 40 feet off the floor. How far was? She's I'm gonna move closer to the wall again. And try to get behind something, but where Huxley can still see me. And like wave to Huxley. And I think that's it.
Evelyn, what do you do?
Okay. Well, it's no longer seemingly going after my friends, as far as I'm aware. So now... Oh, doesn't Huxley go before me?
Yes, he does. But I'm guessing he's just gonna...
Yeah.
I'm
I am
asking
gonna
the
cast
problem
the-
players right now.
I am gonna cast healing with words on myself.
I'm asking the chaos of the group right now.
Wow!
I just want to know if you continue shooting or not.
Me? No. I mean, not at this range. I'm gonna cast Dimension Door and teleport over there.
Oh my god.
But I shall just appear before Red. Right, everyone out?
Waves at you.
Right. No one can hear. Cool. Amazing.
And you're out of initiative. As I'm assuming.
Oh yeah.
You move away from the large creatures now fighting.
Well, we might go back and search for Soleil, you know, once we figure.
Well, yeah, at this point in time, we don't know where Soleil's at.
I don't know if we
Yes.
do.
At this point in time, though, as you are temporarily out of initiative, I want to say we end here for the night.
Oh God.
Boo!
But Soleil!
But Soleil!
Bullshit!
Because if I find out that dinosaur hates Soleil, we're not done here.
I'm getting swallowed by a dinosaur.
On a cliffhanger.
Well, Beggar didn't send me messages that told me like 32 acid damage, 26 acid damage or something. So I guess I'm not in its belly, but I don't know.
Well, I was in the middle of writing you something, but then I was like, you know what? I think we can probably like end on that cliffhanger.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to send
Wow.
you the stuff in between sessions.
That's brutal.
My God, there were so many
couldn't have
things
gotten
I
Ian.
expected.
Because we know from Soleil's thing he would just be a gas.
Right.
Like we know this.
Ideally,
Yeah.
we should. Yeah. But where he's at is a whole nother issue.
But he could just be a, you know.
I mean, it was good for Beggar to take me out there because I was already going for my bow and shooting one of the running goblins in the legs. That was my next plan.
You're also the
Did
only
we
one that
see
knows
the other-
He's yeah.
No, we heard a goblin say, "Hey."
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
all
but we
that
didn't
know
see
on
the
our end.
other two goblins that were like running on their own, right? Right, they just kinda
we all know
disappeared.
different things.
Right. And none of us can communicate with each other because we're all deaf.
Also, I was already deaf when he said I'm sorry and kicked me, so I don't know that he's sorry.
The only thing that I didn't expect, right,
Mm-hmm.
was Evelyn shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Look. I'm perfectly fine. I can totally handle this.
Especially after Huxley got crushed by a rock.
So theoretically,
I was
In
when
Evelyn's head.
Red was like, I fly out into the open, I was like, uh-oh. See, this whole time, if at any point one of you guys had flown out 30, like about 20 feet above the tree line, out in the open, stuff would have happened with the crows.
That's why
I was like, good thing we
And
saw
then
the
you did it
crows.
right then there, and I was like,
Only
oh,
some of
yeah,
you know about the crows.
I was ecstatic because I had a thing planned for that scenario. But then he had to turn around because Evelyn started shooting at him.
Sorry.
It's like, what would this ancient fucking apex predator do? Given all of this happening at once. Because his priority is still probably the crow, but there's this annoying thing shooting at him, so he's gonna just take a chunk out of the wall right there instead.
Also, can we talk about...
My god, I'm starting to get a headache right now because I'm like brain on overdrive.
Sorry, Becca.
Also,
This whole thing, I was like, initially I was like, you know what? The way Soleil freaking stealths through the monkey thing,
Yeah.
they're gonna be fine. They're probably just gonna stealth around it. It's
Soleil
gonna be
didn't
like
have any
Soleil
a
could
20-minute
stealth.
thing. And
I
then
probably could've
everything
stealthed.
went sideways, and everyone was trying to be the distraction.
I didn't. I was the distraction, but I didn't try to.
I know. I know.
Can we
There was
just,
one,
for a
there was,
moment...
like, one distraction scenario.
can
We
we
need
just
to
for
work on our
one moment
paper.
ask about what the hell happened to that crow?
Yeah, I didn't understand
He
that.
got
That
hit
is
by a
that
rock.
is...
So the big giant dinosaur took a chunk of the rock out from where I was standing
Right.
and threw that.
Oh, I
rock
didn't.
at
I
the crow.
didn't. I didn't know that he would go for you and then, like from the
He-
periphery of his eyes, would snipe the hell out of this crow mid flight. So it like calculated where it would be. Like this
Why
is
didn't
like
you go-
some. This is like
I guess-
some 500 IQ shit.
So this
It's
whole
probably
time
used
it
to
hasn't used any of its legendary actions, right?
Mhm.
Because it was basically just enjoying a free breakfast with you guys.
That's fair.
Pew.
I would have let it eat
And
me.
when the crow came, it shrieked. It was going down for red.
I figured a
Oh.
crow would come
But
after me.
since Evelyn
I
was
did
like
figure
still
that.
really annoying, it took the rock like right next to her to just blow her out of the way
Meow.
with him.
How
And
the
then
crow?
yes, launched the rock halfway across the canyon towards the crow.
That
I'm
went better than
glad-
expected.
To know that Ellen can at least annoy gargantuan creatures. It's
And
not
then
just
used
normal
its
humanoid.
first legendary action to perform a trampling charge towards the crow.
The crow probably makes a better meal than us.
Mm,
They're
Yeah.
bigger.
100%.
We're like
Nuisances.
gripes for it.
That was
The
my thought.
second the
I'm like,
crow was there, you guys were basically non-existent.
yeah.
Yeah, we should have lured them down.
Well,
But that
only
probably
I
would have
and Soleil
backfired.
saw it.
Yeah.
It was
we
like
didn't
that's why I was
see-
like, I have to try to like draw out and fight a crow midair, which is gonna be freaking stupid, but it might detract it.
That was man, I'm like, I can't wrap my head around this session yet. I need to I need to fucking sleep on this.
At
was
least you know
perfect.
what's
And
up
then I need to
with
send
Soleil.
Alavan the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm gonna be so angry. And I'm gonna hunt a dinosaur if Soleil doesn't come back.
I
That's
know.
all I'm saying. We'll just get all of the birds to come
Maybe it's
back.
just his time to not come back.
Wow.
Don't say that.
Wow.
You better not. I'm gonna have to go save the Villian lady I don't even know on my own.
Right? Makes it awkward, man.
Yeah. Hi, I'm a friend of a friend. He got eaten by a dinosaur.
Hector, if it makes you feel better, I knew roughly what I was doing.
So did I.
I don't know. Literally, each one of you was
Rational to our own mind.
Yeah.
pretty much like in the margin of death.
Mm-hmm.
The rock has a plus 17 to hit,
Oh
right?
my god.
And it does
What?
4d12 plus 10 damage. Which I'm pretty sure could probably insta-kill either Red or Evelyn
Wait, do you remember
if you
how
get
much
restrained
damage
by it.
the rock did to me? Actually.
That last one?
Yeah.
God, it was like 35 or something.
No, it was 45.
45.
So
yeah.
this
It was
this
5
this combat,
roll and then plus 10.
I took 277
Yeah,
damage.
you took an insane amount
Yeah.
of damage. Each
Great,
time
great
I
tank.
like threw a rock at you, I was like, oh no, this is the
We
one.
had
Isn't it?
8 up. So my hit points were up to like 80 something.
Oh, 8 was clutch.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
When it hits you with a rock,
Yeah.
right, you're restrained.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you make a DC 25 strength save,
Right.
which I don't think any of you is capable of.
Okay.
I could make it.
That's
I
one of
could,
its
I could
four
with a
attack
natural
actions
20.
on
Oh
its
no, I
turn.
can't.
That is one of its
But an
4
instinct kill
attack
has to
actions.
be one attack over,
Mm.
at this point in time, like 160-ish or so damage.
I mean, I knew immediately when it started to scream and everyone took 70 something damage. I was like, yeah, this is not something we should fight probably.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would come after us though, so I just thought we could run away.
I feel like it
We
worked
probably
until
could've done
until
more
Red
than
decided to.
Yeah.
Don't want to be sneaky anymore.
Okay.
Well, Red was the one
We
who got
all
hurt,
failed.
so-
But
A lot of
also
people.
Red was deaf and just was back up from on his feet with like 7 HP.
When it did when Hux basically got out by turning back, I was like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
now they can probably very
Yeah,
easily get out.
exactly.
Also, we could have
Then
gotten
a
out
whole
there,
other shit
but
happened.
then the fucking goblins betrayed us because
Yeah.
that moment when he did that, we were about to get out of there. That was
Yeah.
the moment where I was
Yeah.
like, one turn and we're done here. And then
Yes.
this guy fucked us.
Because-
Well, to be fair, the second he like shouted was when Evelyn flew right alongside the cliff,
Yeah.
right past its head, pretty much, and was like, "Oh, hello."
Not quite. I mean, it was shouting. We heard a shout before that, I think. Because we were moving along the cliff. We were close,
Yeah,
for sure,
yeah.
but we were back
We
further.
weren't
None of
on
this
the
would have
cliff.
happened
Well, then was
if
the
you
shout,
and Huxley
then
had
you
just.
got.
So I can only dimension door once. Is whenever you ask Evelyn to do something that's only
I
one of
know.
her once a day things, or once a short rest thing, she's always going to put it off as a last resort. So in her
You
brain,
still could have solved all of this by just taking you and.
no,
Huxley
it
out
would
of
have
the
solved.
Last resort position.
No. Evelyn was fine. It was the concern was is that like she could no longer see where anyone was except for she could see Soleil at the top of the mountain at one point in time. So she didn't wanna. She wasn't sure like how close or where the dinosaur was looking just because of turn order stuff.
Yeah, you need to be like me and have confidence in Soleil. He
No.
would have been fine.
Evelyn
No
doesn't
faith
trust
in
anyone.
your companions.
Evelyn doesn't.
No faith.
But
Soleil would have been totally fine except for backstepping goblin.
right.
I had faith in Bew, but Bew is gone.
Oh yeah, I forgot about you.
Poor Bew was
But,
such a good boy.
Worse.
Realistically, I took the turn that I was thinking of Dimension Dooring to cast Arcane Ablation
Yeah.
on Huxley, so that if she did die, she would come back up.
Yeah.
Was
I-
more my concern.
I feel like no matter what character I play, I always feel useless in combat. Like,
You fucking tanked 277
200
damage.
fucking damage. What
Yeah.
do you mean?
Yeah.
okay.
It's
okay,
insane.
fair.
I mean, in this was the fight where Soleil did actually nothing but running. Nothing. So,
Yeah. It was ridiculous.
The end.
Oh boy.
Evelyn's
brain
just
is on fire.
secretly working on her immortality concept, so.
You don't have it.
Sounds like a mortality concept right there. That was like
What were you gonna do? Start chugging silver black blood?
inside the
Possibly.
stomach of the, because you'd probably already been.
Yeah, she will do that
Well,
after she
if she's
mixed it
eaten,
with
she gets the
vampire's
medicine
blood
stored out.
and
If
werewolf
she gets
blood.
eaten, she just has the dimension door out. That's what the
True,
consideration was.
unless you get crushed beneath the teeth.
Oh, yeah.
Right, but
between the
if she gets killed, unless it was enough damage to instant kill her, then the arcane ablation brings her back up with hit points.
True. True.
Which is why, in her head, nothing she did was suicidal. She had safety resources in place and fallback plans.
Unless you screamed again.
I think it should have believed it was a giant frog, and none of this would have happened.
That would have been so good.
It's always worth a try. You never know.
While my
So
brain
did.
is mush.
Yeah.
You guys wanna hear what the raw damage is?
Sure.
14d10.
Mm-hmm.
So it did
So that's a
average
potential
It
damage.
did just
140.
average damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it rolled 72 on the first one,
And the second was just 50
which
something.
is just below the average of 77.
73, actually. I remember because it's my hit.
73.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You got
It was
exactly
72 would've
down.
been
exactly
bad.
his hit points. Oof.
Good lord.
Oh, man.
It's already like, you guys really rolled on fucking encountering it today. While Evelyn is at like exhaustion 2.
Yeah.
Already took some necrotic damage.